现场的先生女士，大家可以找，就是尽量坐在一起这样子，对，嘿。然后我们的平行场次舞即将开始。
马上隔壁卫生局。
各位在场的先生、女士，还有贵宾，大家早安。很欢迎大家今天莅临参加2020台湾全球健康论坛平行场次5创意高龄服务发展与推动。首先我们以热烈的掌声来欢迎社家署的简慧娟署长为大家致辞。
好。各位与会的来宾，大家好。很高兴有这样的机会，能够跟在这个高龄化议题的场域里面的一些工作伙伴，还有学者专家们一起，在这个2020的台湾全球健康论坛创意高龄服务发展跟推动的这个会议上面来共同讨论我们高龄服务发展的一些实务上的议题哈。那我们今天很高兴有邀请到3位的讲者可以来跟我们做一些分享。那其实台湾呢现在的高龄人口其实占比蛮高的哈，已经正式的迈入高龄社会。那到7月为止，大家应该可以想象，我们65岁以上的老人已经达到370万余人了，这个已经占我们全国的人口的15.72%。其实台湾非常的快速，那个高龄的速度是非常非常快哈。那相较于其他的国家，大家也知道我们仅次于韩国哈，所以这个是我们必须要面对这样的一个很大的一个挑战哈。那预估2025年大概就会进入超高龄社会哈，所以我们在这样的一个高龄社会的我们高龄照顾的议题、高龄服务创意的这样的一个发展，就相形更为重要哈。那当然，我们政府部门也在修正我们的高龄社会白皮书，我们希望用自立、自主、共荣跟永续这样的一个精神，能够来创造我们更为融合而且永续、对高龄友善的这样的一个社会。那对于这个高龄人口的增加，其实高龄服务者的需求其实是很多元的哈，不是只有长照这样的一个议题。对于他们如何透过社会参与，让他们在整个社会上面有更多的一个想象跟实践，好，我想这个是我们今天办这样论坛非常重要的。所以我们今天请到了影响全球的杨宁英共同创办人，还有扬生慈善基金会的许华乙执行长，以及丰桌游创新教育学院黄子明经理，他们都在各种不同的这个创意的高龄服务上面都有很多推动的一个经验。那今天也很谢谢他们来跟大家的分享。那我想从这些的分享上面，都可以来让我们有更多的一些省思哈，也可以带给我们长者更多的对我们在不管是公部门还是长者还是我们民间哈这几个面向上面都会有非常大的一个注意，也让台湾可以在长者在台湾是可以活得健康、活得幸福、活得有尊严哈。所以我们今天首先欢迎我们杨宁英共同创办人，影响国际的影响全球的这个创办人，来跟我们分享全球思考在地行动的这样的一个议题，是我们掌声欢迎。
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
各位先生、各位女士，早安！我非常荣幸能够受邀在这边跟大家报告。我很 愿意呢用英文来跟大家简报，不过大部分的听众都是讲中文，所以呢我将会用中文来跟大家报告，但是呢我会把我的内容简报内容跟大家分享，如果有任何问题的话都欢迎跟我联系。
现在我们就用中文了。首先谢谢署长的介绍，也非常开心在现场看到很多的好朋友、新旧朋友。那影响全球，今天呢很荣幸在这个场次作为第一个演讲者。老实说，我们其实是跟着很多的前辈一起学习，但在这个过程当中呢，我们也希望透过自己一些小小的力量，为台湾的高龄社会做一些可能的改变跟刺激。所以这个从昨天到今天都是一个非常主要的议题。世界老得很快，台湾呢是全球第一哈。刚才署长也有谈到，那我就用一张简单的投影片让大家稍微回顾一下，在从高龄化到这种超高龄社会，其他国家是怎么样的一个状况呢？全世界的平均的话是大概82、83年左右，法国呢有150多年，美国大概是世界的平均值，但是台湾呢是32年，这也就是我们为什么觉得很焦虑的原因。因为在座可能有很多的是医事背景的同仁，你知道，当人被送进急诊室的时候，很多时候不是做对的事情，或者是只是让他做活下来的事情，所以我们会做很多紧急的处置，可能未来不一定是对这个人最好的，或是要花很多的力气去改变的。可是，在当时没有办法，所以在这样子一个危机，台湾现在就是处于这样的一个情况，因为速度太快了，所以很多的时候我们会因为焦虑，或者是因为觉得必须要赶快改变，就会做出很多可能是像急诊室一样的处置。但这样子对于台湾的创造高龄社会是最好的一种方式吗？这是我们要去思考的哈。所幸台湾虽然老得很快，但并不是世界上最快老的国家。世界上尤其是很多的先进国家，他们高龄化的速度是很久的。所以在这个过程当中，他们已经做了很多的实验，有的成功，有的失败。但这些模式、这些实验、这些精神，可以给我们很多很多的思考。所以这就是为什么我们会创办影响全球的原因。那在座很多的朋友可能有听过我们的公司，它是一个社会企业，目的呢就是在专注呢加速高龄创新或者是银发创新的推动。那为什么这个很重要呢？我稍微介绍一下我们公司的历史。我和我的共同创办人蔡心玲小姐是在参与美国不老骑士到美国的这个行程中认识的。那在这个过程当中呢，我们看到了很多其实是高龄社会原来跟我们想象很不一样的地方。首先呢，就是这些当时是平均87岁的这些台湾的素人长辈呢，他们其实并不是大家想象的哇跳跳啊都没有身体状况的。他们其实很多人有高血压、糖尿病，甚至于有一些耳朵听不清楚啊、心脏病这些身体状况，但是他们还是非常勇敢的到了美国，而且跟没有办法用语言沟通的人一起骑摩托车，然后呢，就是做了很多很多的 presentation。那我印象中很深刻的一件事情，就是当时有一个爷爷，其实他走路，需要拐杖，可是呢，有一次在电影首映的时候呢，他坚持要放掉拐杖，用自己的脚步呢，一步步迈上台，因为他觉得他出国就代表台湾，他要很骄傲的姿态呢向大家展示。所以其实我们在这个过程当中，在每一场电影放映跟观众的反应当中，我们看到的其实是老人家他可能需要一些照顾，但是其实梦想给他精神、给他力量是最好的预防照顾。所以就对这件让我对高龄其实有很不一样的想象。另外一个就是我们看到了不老骑士这样子的一个素人长辈，其实那时候外交部有点不知道怎么帮他们做外交哈，因为过往我们谈到外交都是在讲比如说要去谈这个两岸关系啊，所以忽然间来了10个素人台湾的长辈，到底有谁会重视呢？可是没有想到美国的各个媒体呢是追着他们跑。当时他们在洛杉矶加大是营运长 医院的营运长亲自出来迎接他们，然后呢，那个美国3大电视台的 SNG 车追着他们。那这个景象也让我了解到说，其实台湾在做这个高龄，可能有很多我们没有看到的软实力，这个也是台湾未来可以在国际的高龄社会中的一个重要的亮点。那这样子的一个契机，就让我们觉得，也许我们有一些在我们快速迈向高龄社会中可以做的事情。所以呢，影响全球从创立的第一天就有3个核心的价值：国际连结、知识管理跟跨域的整合。那也许在场有不少的朋友参加过我们举办的各种国际的研讨会或是参访团。那我们也在这个过程当中呢，用学院小聚提案会的方式呢，把国际间的新知呢不断的带到台湾来。那尤其希望的是可以去增能这些一线的服务工作者，或者是政府，或者是一些组织，目前正在做这些事情的人，其实他们最需要的就是可以去让更多的新知呢帮助他们改变。另外一个很重要的其实是跨域整合这件事情。从昨天到今天，非常多的场次其实都是在讲高龄的这一块呢，已经不仅仅是某一个领域的专业了，而是要大家一起来合作的事情。那所以呢，从这3个方向呢，我们就近年来跟很多的组织合作，去做各式各样的这种服务创新。目的呢，当然就是希望从观念的启发到知识的转移，甚至于实践的推广，大家可以共创美好高龄的社会。那我们就也很开心，在去年呢有机会把我们过去这6年多的学习，走访国内外的一些案例呢，写成了这本书。那这本书写作的目的，其实是希望让更多的一般民众可以了解到世界高龄的趋势，还有呢，高龄其实不像大家想象的那么黑暗，有很多的模式，还有一些创新的一些精神是我们可以学习的。那最重要的是，在疫情的过程当中呢，我们也用线上线下合作的许多方式呢，举办一些研讨会，持续的把这些知识呢带到台湾来。例如之前我们有机会跟唐凤政委，还有美国 Aging 2.0的这个共同创办人 Steve Johnston， 以及香港社会创投基金会的创办人魏华新先生呢，一起举办了一个关于在疫情之后的高龄长寿社会呢，到底会有什么样子的改变？可能有挑战，有更多的是机会。那这个是免费的场次，目前在网络上都还可以听得见，也可以欢迎大家去收看。好，那我们来谈一下，当我们讲高龄社会这个主体，当然就是老人。那我在很多次有机会跟大家沟通的时候呢，我相信在场的大家都会认同我。虽然他们是 old people， 可是他们代表的是 new frontier。为什么我们这样讲呢？因为我们一直以为65岁以上就叫老人，所以我们是老年的时间变长了。可是随着长寿人生，甚至于是100岁世代的到来，其实是年轻的时间变长了。我相信大家都会认同，现在的65岁跟10年前的65岁、20年前的65岁可以相比吗？那你再往前想一想，现在的65岁跟5年以后的65岁，或是10年以后的65岁会一样吗？好，所以在去年底的这个《经济学人》杂志呢，就有一篇很重要，我认为是很重要的文章。他讲到说，这个 Young Old， 好，他把它简称为幼的，幼德世代的已经开始了。这群人呢，是历史上从来没有出现过的一群人，所以我认为呢，他们是新兴人类，因为我们的历史上从来没有这样的一群人一起老。老得这么快，但是老得这么健康，他们是历史上就是学历最高知识水平最高，口袋也最深，而且呢有很多很多经验的人。他们呢可能在不同的国家被不同的名词包装着，可是他们呢不是我们想象的这种弱势的长辈。那即便在台湾，我刚才才知道，我以前都用300多万的65岁以上的人口，刚才才知道说已经到了370万，这么多的人，其实有大家应该知道这个数据， 将近90%， 87%的人是属于健康跟亚健康的长者，所以呢，用长者称呼他们都有点不好意思哈，因为他们可能就是在外面现在正在爬山哇跳跳的人，一整天的行程排得满满，等一下还要去吃个午餐、洗个温泉，日子过得很开心。然后呢，1周可能有3天去做志工等等的，好，甚至有的人还持续在这个工作上努力也不一定。所以老实说，这个世代他们的需求都还没有被满足，但是我们如果用过去的这种方式想要去回应他们的需求，肯定是不会成功的。所以大家一定要先有一个新的想象 ，Old people 是 New Frontier， 全新的领域等待我们去开发。好，那我们在这个过程当中呢，学了很多很多的事情，但我自己最喜欢的一个案例呢，就是我们一直讲照顾，但是呢，如果我们可以做到最佳的照顾，就是怎么样？不要照顾，让老人家呢自己在做他喜欢的事情，其实他就已经活动了他的身心哈，或甚至于是创造了社会连结，甚至于是赚取了更多的收入，但是他并不觉得他在照顾自己，他就是在做他自己而已，然后他甚至于还提供了别人一些服务，照顾了别人。那这个案例可能有一些人知道，这是日本4国上圣町的一个小镇哈。那在这个地方呢，50%以上的人是65岁以上的长者，有1/4的人超过80岁。如果我是日本厚生劳动省的这个长官的话，我看着这样子的一个人口的分布，我心里头想的可能是这地方都是高龄者，我们需要给他们更多的服务，我们来设个日照中心吧，多放几个安养院吧，一定要有医院，因为他们都会很需要。但是实情是怎么样呢？这个地方没有一家医院，安养院呢也关门大吉，因为没有人要住进去。好，所以呢，跟我们的想象是完全不一样的。我们曾经看过他们有长辈呢，虽然就是脑中风入院，然后呢回家，可是他就把做叶子的事业呢当成他的这个附件，跟着他的先生呢很开心的继续的工作，然后在这个工作当中呢得到了很多的快乐。那像这个照片中的这位西印奶奶，她已经84岁了啊，算起来她虽然是跟她的儿子一起住，但她儿子呢就是平常去外面工作，那她的生活非常的忙碌。你可以看到她80几岁，用电脑用平板的速度不会输你哈，她每天都是用这个来抢单啊下单，然后自己呢把叶子整理好，然后开那个蜿蜒的山路送到这个农会去。她的日子过得非常的开心，然后下午回家她一定会去散步。她散步不是为了今天那个医生跟她说你要走1万步才会健康，是因为她要去观察她的叶子长得怎么样，然后脑筋要盘算的什么时候要收，什么时候要再多放一点等一下或者是施肥啊等等的。所以她真的是忙得没有时间生病，然后也忙得脑筋动的都没有机会得失智哈。所以这里就是这样子的一个现况。如果我不是亲眼看见的话，我以前一定不相信说我们可以做到最佳的照顾就是不用照顾。但是我看过以后，我真心相信，如果我们找到对的机制跟激励的方式，这样的做法是有可能的。好，那我们有点跑掉哈，但无论如何，今天我们要讲的就是一个永续共荣社区的建制，在我看起来，其实是台湾想要做或世界上做在地安老的一个终极解方。为什么说它是一个终极的解方呢？因为我们都知道，如果大家身边有老人家或者是长辈的话，他们都想要住在他们自己最熟悉的环境里头，但是不可能只是一个家，它其实必须要有周边的一些支持体系跟就是更多的人跟他互动，所以真的就是一个社区的概念。那怎么样打造这样共荣永续的社区呢？我接下来分享来自日本跟台湾的2个案例。好，可能有人听过佛子园哈，这个日本的案例呢，这几年在日本非常的红哈，甚至于是国际间也很红，台湾应该也蛮多人知道的。那它其实是在日本石川县的一个所谓的扶植法人扶植的一个组织，就是像台湾的社福机构。那他们在上个世纪1960年成立的时候，也是以就是照顾这种身障者为主。可是这几年呢，让他们在日本变成一个全日本都知道的一个组织呢，很重要的一件事情是，他们推动了 蛮多个有名的共生社区。那这个共生社区奠基在一个非常重要的精神上面，我们学一个日文叫做“狗杂妈子”。那这个叫做大杂烩。为什么是大杂烩？就是大家喜欢吃去日本玩的话，知道有的时候呢，他们把一大锅的什么野菜啊，什么食材通通都丢在一起煮一锅美食，就是这个字。那他们用大杂烩这件事情来跟民众沟通，因为他们觉得共生社区好僵硬啊。那大杂烩就是什么都混在一起，然后什么人呢都可以做。所以在大杂烩社区里头呢，每一个人都有角色。谁是照顾者，谁是被照顾者是看不出来的。那每一个人都在做着，好像是应该做的事情，所以并不是我们想象中传统的机构。那这样子的 idea 是怎么来的呢？这个七元寺呢，是当时他们是一个废庙。日本有很多的寺庙呢，就是可能主持过世了，然后就废弃在那边。所以大概在就是应该是04，就是2000年左右，这个西园寺的附近的居民呢，就来找佛子园的这个理事长，跟他说，可不可以请你帮我们把这个废庙呢修建起来，接管一下？那要做什么呢？我们是不是盖个机构，然后再把人移进去？那个时候呢，他们的理事长叫熊谷良成先生，就不是很喜欢这个 idea， 因为他觉得一直以来我们
So you can see the signs. So you see this is actually the signs representing each household in the nearby neighborhood. So people just come here to enjoy the hot spring. They just come here and enjoy the hot spring, and it's a natural way to get people together. By the success of this experiment, they thought that maybe we can think of this approach in a more serious matter. Of course, this hot spring is free of charge, and this is where this organization started. And so this is how it looked like in the past. The second floor is the residential area, and the first floor, or the ground floor, is the public space, and you can see bars, pubs, and restaurants, and hot springs. So this is a place where everybody can come in and enjoy. And in summer nights, people just come here and drink beer and enjoy the concerts. It's very hard to imagine if we can have similar facility here in Taiwan. And you can see from the picture on the second floor, people can walk around freely. And the coffee shop there. And actually, for the community residents, and they can just put their own mug there, and to come and enjoy the coffee using their own mug whenever they like. So this is a space providing services to a lot of different people, for people with disability and elderlies. And some of the elderly people, they're experienced bodybuilders, so they provide their service in this public area. So, and the services can be provided to people with different backgrounds. And for this case, was highly recognized, especially by the government. We know that Japan has been facing aging society ahead of us, so they have the urgent needs to develop solutions to provide services to aging society. And because of the success of 4 Ziyuan, this organization, and the idea was quickly spread to different places, and there was a spread to another small town. And this small town was on the process of being deserted because there were a lot of elderlies and they were remote. It's a remote town. And for 4 Ziyuan, this organization invite another organization. And because a lot of young people, they when they went for overseas, and for volunteer works, and after they came back to Japan, they joined JOCA together with the organization, and they established this community. So from for this new project, they started by rebuilding 2 old houses to make them hot spring place and coffee shop. And you can see it naturally attracts people and family members and young and old people. They just came in. And so recently they just built a ramen restaurant or a hostel place. And an facility like this, they're scattered in different places in the small town, and there is even a testing ground for unmanned vehicle testing ground in the town. So there are a lot of experiments going on. So after sharing so many different cases, do you think that this organization 4 Ziyuan, they're doing something very special? No. This is something that has been done hundreds of years ago in the community. People were helping each other. This is what they did hundreds of years ago. However, in the process of civilization, we started to group people and classify people, and so we kind of lost that mutual help spirit, and in the process of modernization. So what this organization is doing is they are trying to find this kind of spirit back, and it is trying to tell that everyone has a role to play in the community. No one is classified as a caregiver or people needs to be taken care of. So when some of the members in the organization, they visited South America, and they realized that maybe some of the towns, they were poor, not that wealthy, but they still have that mutual help spirit in the villages. So that is an inspiration. And so in the past, we probably have the idea of, like, okay, there is a group of people, they need to be taken care of. They're elderly, they're people with disability. But when they come to this community, they have a role to play, and that they can contribute what they can do, and that they're happier, and that they live with dignity. So we try to bring this concept to Taiwan, and we recorded a series of online and seminar, and if you're interested, you are more than welcome to go online and get the resources. And if you're an organization, you can come to us, and we can discuss how we can work together, and we can learn this concept better. Okay, now let's switch back to Taiwan. Probably many of you already visited this place in Bolahan, in Aboriginal tribe, and I'm going to share with you how my company worked together with Bolahan. And the reason why our company started to provide services in remote area is because we devoted a lot in developing talents, and for this Miss Lin, and after she left her position as the deputy mayor in Taichung City, she went to the Aboriginal tribe, and she realized that a lot of young people just left the village, and actually a lot of young people, they want to stay at the village, and a lot of elderly people, they want to be taken care of by their own young people. However, they didn't have the resources, so we provide training courses trying to develop talents so that they're equipped the knowledge and skills to take care of the elderlies in the tribe. And for the young people who went to the training course and learned the skills to take care of the elderly, they were very happy because they get to stay at home. And I can give you another example. And on the left-hand side top, and there's this Grandpa Lin. He is 78 years old. 2 years ago, and he was sent to hospitalized because of pneumonia, and he didn't have a lot of income, and so once his condition is stabilized, and his family members didn't get him home because they didn't know how they can provide good care. So, and he was sent to the institution. And when we visited him for the first time, he lied down in bed and lied in bed, and he said, "I don't want to live anymore." And however, according to the organization, they think that the Grandpa Lin has a good chance to be able to go home. So we were elaborating how we can help him so that he can get better and be able to go back home. And so at the time, the caregiver was not confident to take care of him. So at first, we want to make sure that these patients, they can gain their confidence. And we also challenge, we also did a lot of things. For example, we try a lot of different approaches to give good care to these people with a more serious condition. And for example, the time they deliver their services is longer or just different from what they did before. So all in all, what we did is to give them confidence. So you see that from the picture, he didn't smile. Grandpa Lin didn't smile because he was not sure whether he can make it by staying at home. And and afterwards, you see that he gradually improved, and now the tubes from attached to him was gradually removed. And on the right-hand side, this picture was taken in May this year, and you see he was saying goodbye to us and standing at his own front door. And you see a big smile on his face. He couldn't really imagine that this is what he can really achieve. So what is not working now, it doesn't mean that it's not going to work in the future. Once we find a different entry point, probably we can get a different result. And for elderly people, they're not like what we think. They don't really enjoy lying in bed and receive the care delivered by other people. And we see so many different examples. So you see that the Plahan, and they established a different area where elderly people can come here and grow their crops and do a lot of things they enjoy. So we see there are also media coverage, and the reporters call it a miracle. And we hope that by my company and work together with other organizations, we want this kind of miracle to happen in different places in Taiwan. Thank you very much.
That was indeed a great presentation from Ms. Deborah Yang. And we look forward to another very engaging presentation. And just now, we heard the examples from Japan and Taiwan, and we've also witnessed the miracles. Actually, just a couple of, not too long ago, I visited an old person who ages 105. Actually, at the in her 60s, and this old person was diagnosed with diabetes. And so there was a regular visit to the doctors and also a lot of good habits. So now this person reaches the age of 105 and still in a very good condition. So next, our speaker, Ms. Hsu, who's been advocating self-healing, and we'll hear a lot of examples, and also very hands-on advice. So I'm sure there's a lot we can learn from her. So let's welcome Ms. Hsu from the CEO of Ni-Hsuan Foundation.
Good
morning, everyone. My name is Huaii from Ni-Hsuan Foundation. Very happy to be given my presentation today. So just now, we heard about many of the policies, and from my presentation, it will be more hands-on. I think in this session, we focus on the elderly. So I'm sure most of you here who are actually, I'm sure you're all very interested in finding out more services for the elderly. So please, first of all, let us switch on this page called Slido, and you have to enter a code. So the code is 53667. And please enter the vote here. So here the question is, what I think the most important thing is. So we see here there are people from various age group and different disciplines, and so please choose what is the most important thing for you. What is your priority at this moment? So 24 people has actually cast a vote. So it's health. Everyone chose health because we're in a health forum, but I guess it's not the top priority for each and every one. So do we have everyone? Slido.com. Please enter code 53667 for the polling. And so we have 49 votes now. So I guess we have about maybe a bit less than 200 people here. Okay, so looks like health. Okay, we got 52 votes. Okay, please also vote for the next question. Okay, for those who are 60 plus, what is the most important thing for them? 60 plus. For 60 plus, what's the most important thing? Okay, we got 20 votes. Can you all see the results? Okay, still, most people choose health, 67% of the people, and next is family, 17%. Okay, we got 53 votes. So, yeah, of course, health is the priority for 60 plus. So most of you think that health is the most important thing. Actually, I've had this poll in many sessions. Okay, 99% of people choose health. So I'm sure you're all very interested in elderly topics, and also who are, maybe many of you are engaged in this field. And that's why we're here to find out more about healthy aging. And how do we go from healthy aging to creative aging? Actually, many studies have been done in the US and Japan. Of course, health is number one, of course. All 6 items are important, but for 60 plus, 99% of the people would vote for health. So we heard many from the previous speaker about the topic of health. There is a Greek mythology. Eos. She fell in love with a mortal man, and she went to Zeus and plead for eternal life for the mortal man. And Zeus said, "Are you sure you want to do so?" She said, "Yes, I love him so much. We want to live forever together." So Zeus granted her wish. However, one of them is God, and another one is a mortal man, Titanus, the human. He lived forever. However, she forgot to wish him youth and health, and she didn't age a bit, whereas the mortal man became very frail and sick, but he could not die. So I think that story actually reflected a very important fact: lifespan and quality of life. Which one is more important? When this foundation was set up 8 years ago, we didn't think of this question, but now we came to this question. Everybody asked, what is more important when you have health issues? Do you want to continue to live, or would you wish that your life can end right away? Yeah, most of them would choose quality of life over lifespan. So this was a world report on aging and health issued by the WHO in 2015. In this report, here it says healthy aging equals to functional ability. So it disrupted the old concept, because in the past we didn't really focus on functional ability. So there is this chart. I'm sure all of you have seen it. The blue curve is functional ability, and the curve below is intrinsic capacity, which indicates that you want to have the maximized intrinsic capacity in different stages of your life. And in 2020, as we're faced with COVID-19, WHO initiated this project last year called the Decade of Healthy Aging. So under the program, there is this initiative called ICOPE, Integrated Care for Older People. So they mentioned all these different aspects: the mobility and diet and visual ability and hearing ability, cognitive ability, and sleep, etc. So in ICOPE, they also launched quite a few apps. And at our health promotion bureau, they also talked about the following actions: the interventions, the prevention, and the community-based activities. More than 2,000 years ago, such concept already existed. Hippocrates, who is the founding father of Western medicine, doctors would actually quote him before they perform any emergency care. So he mentioned the idea of self-healing, which is an essential factor in maintaining and restoring one's health. So the doctor can assist you, but of course, your self-healing power is the most important. In Asian culture, there is this book called Huang Ningyin. So that actually the best doctor prevents you from getting sick and doesn't really treat the disease. So basically, in plain words, prevention is better than treatment. But of course, most people don't really abide by that. 2,000 years later, today, we need to have a different thinking for healthy aging. Now the life expectancy is 80 years old. Many of you can live up to 100 years old. And actually, according to a study, for those who are maybe 7 years old, they are expected to live to 100. And now people come down with chronic diseases. But of course, it's chronic. It will be with you for a long time. It doesn't kill you right away. But what is that? Where do this chronic disease come from?
来走去吗？50%到75%的慢性病其实来自于
Actually, the chronic disease come from unhealthy lifestyle. Of course, over a long time span. So, a lot of people could come down with this chronic disease which derive from unhealthy lifestyle. But who controls the lifestyle? Who determines this lifestyle? I'm sure all of you know that we can control our own lifestyles. So if there's a chance to improve the lifestyle and we can prevent chronic disease from happening so that I won't have to suffer this 8 to 10 years of unhealthy life where one can suffer from dementia. So some people call this self-healing or spontaneous healing, and we actually gather many experts from the field of medicine and from academia. So we come to this definition: self-healing is a natural born healing power that coordinates respective physiological system functions smoothly. It keeps our body and mind in a homeostasis state. So it's just like what this picture shows. You have a lot of positive energy and you could dictate what you want to do with your life. So we talked about healthy lifestyle, and we want to, of course, create an easy concept that people can adopt. So we come up with 3+1: exercise, diet, lifestyle, and interaction. So that can actually help to prevent or delay disability and dementia. So based on these concepts, how do we turn this concept into action? So this was set up 6 years ago, and just situated, there's one of these Yangshan 60+ centers. One in Taipei City, another in New Taipei City. We have more than 4,500 members, and we want people to stay, for the elderly to stay healthy. And so we talked about the 3+1 concept. but how do we make it fun and effective and easy to adopt and also affordable? We looked at many of the examples from other countries and we adapt them for our Taiwanese members. So we have these classrooms where we will launch these classes and the elderly can come and to hear more about self-healing and also 3+1. And we have board games, we have these physical activities, and we teach people how to self-manage, and they need to turn in this homework or this assignment. And some people may complain, they used to have a hard time walking upstairs where they couldn't squat, but now with these physical activities, they can do that, and also they're smiling more, and they have better memory. And so we have a lot of these group discussions. And of course, a lot of them, even though they have already retired, they don't have any pressure. However, they still have stress from other sources and have sleeping issues. And so we have these called MBCT, or this mindfulness practice. And so they can learn to be in the present, be mindful of their presence with this breathing exercise, and they can sleep better. Also, we are training more people, and we have more than 4,000 members, but this is not enough. We want to really help more elderly people. So we begin to provide training courses in different communities throughout Taiwan. So even though I don't have a medical background, I think even though a lot of people don't have a medical background, they need to have these basic knowledge of how to live more healthy. So we went to even the offshore islands in Taiwan. We went there to teach the people, and we want people to have this health literacy and to be able to take care of their own health. So with many years of training, and we see that there are actually very good results in Taiwan. And we also have conducted research and also evaluation. We see here many benefits. People have been lowering their blood pressure. They have a better muscle strength, cardiovascular function, better health literacy, and better social interaction, less loneliness, and better quality of life. And also for the elderly, they see that this actually works for them, so they start to bring their friends over. And throughout the process, we also understand there's limit to what we could do. And in order to bring more people on board, and in response to the UN International Day of Older Persons, which is on October 1st, we want to engage more communities, more age groups, and we will try to come up with a good name. And originally, we want to call it the Old Person Day, but actually elderly didn't like it. And we finally came up with a name called Active Aging Festival. So that really echoes with our concept. We want to create a holiday or a special day for the elderly. If we call it Old People Day, it's probably not going to be very popular. We want there to be a time where people could actually come together and do something together. So we thought of what we could do for them, and we want to. Okay, let's have another poll. So for the Active Aging Festival, we try to come up with the things that we could do. Okay, I will ask you to choose 4 items. Okay, please go to slido.com again. The code is 53667. So for active aging festival, what are the things that we could do for them to make them happy? So there are 4 things we could do. Please pick 4 things. I put a lot of thoughts into it. Please choose 4 items at most. Okay, to stay healthy and to be in the present. Okay, these are the 2 items with the highest votes: financial independence, and also to fulfill your dream. Okay, let's. I want to show you the poll from the 60+ groups. So among them, 650 of them. Number 1 is the health, and number 2 being the present, and then financial independence, learning, being grateful, companionship, communications, and then contribution and dream fulfillment. These are the last 2 items. So this actually was done on an anonymous basis. So we created this active aging festival based on these priorities. So the first activity we did was life Monopoly theater. So I'm sure you've all played Monopoly before. So we, of course, adapt this game a little bit. We threw a play, a very interactive play. We want to show how these concepts can be realized. So there are these 4 houses that indicates the 4 priority goals. And we also turned this into a road show. We went to different parts of Taiwan. We also went to the offshore islands. So we also get to see these various facets of the elderly community. For example, we went to southern Taiwan when we about to begin, and there was nobody. But however, the community leader made an announcement, and people started to gather. And when we went to Yunlin, we went to the elementary school. Guess how many students they have? Only 40. Including the faculty. It's a beautiful school, very spacious. And actually the elderly center is also there. And we asked the principal to invite the kids to join us. But if you actually been to Yunlin, they were very understimulated. So even when they see when there's a play and then they have to be interactive, it's actually a huge stimulation for them because they're invited to be on the stage and to throw a dice. And so they start to see that actually it's very fun to leave the house, to interact and to go to these events once in a while. So we really get to see the different sides of Taiwan with the roadshow. And we came back to Taipei, and then we have this exhibition for 2 weeks. Let me show you this short film. Self-healing is really important. I see that Yangshen Foundation has been advocating this concept. So that really has to do with a good diet, good lifestyle. I think it's a great event. People come here, they learn about how they can improve their lifestyle and how to improve their self-healing capacity. They do not talk about a particular disease. They really look at a person from a holistic perspective. And also, I think it was presented in a very elegant way. It was very well curated. I'm sure the organizer put a lot of thoughts into it. Actually, many parts of the exhibit we have interpreters here that are these kids, and they came to interact with the elderly, and I found this really engaging. This really remind me of my mom, because we don't say things like "I love you," but this particular display, I think it allows you to, it really makes me want to call my mom, and I really feel a sense of connectivity here. I think in this festival, we see a lot of creativity. We get to interact with the elderly. We get to brainstorm. We try to stimulate their thinking, their activity. I think that's great. This is a very experience-based exhibit. I think it's a wonderful thing that such event can take place in Taipei. I think this play is so realistic. It's a truly reflection of my daily life. So it's very relevant and also very thought-provoking. So I do see that the audience really appreciate these activities. And in this event, people are brought together and they are stimulated and they gain a different perspective of their life. I think this Monopoly game, this is the first time I get to play it on stage. Very interactive, and I also appreciate the audience being so involved. I think they've done a wonderful job, and I think Yang Shen's actually really did such a good job. They taught us about self-healing, how to do it from how to really be active and also to fulfill our dreams through these activities. I think we see that people are very curious. They want to learn how to take better care of themselves. People say that you don't really age so much physically, but you age more mentally. So, of course, we want to prevent this mental aging, and you have to stay curious, stay inquisitive. So the whole project is in response to the UN initiatives. It lasted for 4 months, and we went around Taiwan. So that was the first time that we did this activity last year, and we had professional actors, and they're actually under the age of 30, and we actually asked them to amend their script many times. And this year we have this project. We have this one is called the suitcase, and so we actually used the suitcase. And then we also train the ambassadors to promote the concept. And so they will wear this vest, and then they bring this suitcase with them, and to engage in this virtual mountaineering project. So in this suitcase, there's all these tools, and that will teach the elderly about how to engage in a more healthy lifestyle. And so they try to teach people in a very easy to understand way, And so some people, they may complain that I have osteoporosis, I cannot go mountain hiking. And however, we would take them on this virtual hiking activity. So this is these are the pictures taken from these community activities. And they actually, we see smiles on their faces, and they really enjoy these activities. And we also train the trainers in schools. So there's actually a lot of these college students. They want to provide age-friendly services, but they don't know how to do that. So we begin training them. We train them how to design teaching materials. We train them how to engage the elderly. And so we actually went to a few universities. It actually turned out quite well. And the young people, they're actually doing great jobs. They just need some guidance. So finally, my conclusion. Over the years, we see huge improvements. The traditional thinking was just a cure, care, hospital, but now the new thinking is about self-healing. So we also need to redefine their goals. They just want to stay alive. However, it's about the quality of life. It's about the self-efficacy and also the quality of life. And just a quick announcement, actually next week and also in November, we have our street theater, this very interactive play in Taipei, in Taichung, and Tainan. It's actually free of charge. Please come and enjoy the play with us. And next year, we are going to do something different. We're going to focus on the community below 30. We want to train the trainers. And if you have an elderly member, you can actually follow us on YouTube. There is a series of courses online that you can actually watch at home. Thank you.
好，谢谢我们华语的一个分享。
Thank you. We will have a lot of stories to share, so we are a little bit delayed, so probably we won't have time for QA. We don't have time for panel discussion. However, the organizer asked me to remind all of the audience that if you need to listen to English, we have simultaneous interpretation service available, channel 2 for English, if you're an English speaker. Our third speaker is Mr. Huang Zi-Ming. He is the manager of Department of Fantasia Academy. And Fantasia Academy is also a social enterprise promoting a table board game to elderlies. And they organize events in different places in Taiwan, inviting an elderly to play the board games. Let's please welcome him. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Yes, now it's afternoon. My name is Huang Zi-Ming. I'm very honored to be invited to present in this session and to share with you what I have learned from the elderlies. And we actually started our story from one class. And of course, we all have the experience attending classes. And in the class, a lot of times we compete by submitting our proposals, and we compete whose proposals are better among our peers. So in one of the class, we proposed, we submitted the proposal, and when I was attending the class, and my grandpa almost got lost. And my mother told me that the grandpa is missing, and she was very calm actually. And when we received the phone call from a woman who we didn't know, and she said that we found your grandpa, and so that incident reminded me that dementia is not that far away from us. It's just happening around us. So we collected some information when preparing our proposal, and we try to understand how prevention is very important to help the elderly. So for elderlies, what we can do and to attract the elderlies to walk out of their home and to do things that are good for their health. This is actually very difficult. I shared my proposal with my mother, and my mother said that, well, look at you yourself. Every day when you come home, you just sit down on the sofa and start to use your remote control watching TV. You don't really move a bit, and you're so young. And just try to imagine that when you're old, you probably won't move around that much. So that's why we started the idea of having a group. Yeah, sometimes if we see an elderly people sitting at the front door and they just smile, probably thought that this old man or woman have dementia. But if you have a group of people and a group of elderly people and that they're laughing together, you have a different idea. Because in our socialization process, we were taught that we have to follow orders, and that there are certain expectations we have to fulfill. But that is not what we really want to do. And another thing is that in Taiwan, the aging society, we are facing aging society for a period of time, but we realized that for elderly people, they actually provided a lot of help and in our daily life. For example, our children were taken care by our parents. So, but the way the grandparents look after the children are different. For example, they just monitor everything the young kids do, and to make sure that they're safe, and make sure that the kids don't move. If the kids try to reach something and put in their mouth, and the grandparents will just stop them from doing a lot of things just to ensure that they're safe. So the way they take care of children are probably not the way we look after their children. And when we're trying to promote these events and trying to attract elderlies to engage, and one of the feedback is that the elderlies will say that please don't ask me to play games that little children are playing. So when we're designing these games, we're trying to create games or events that elderlies are happy to engage. And if these elderlies can, by participating these events, they can share their life experience. They can teach people. They can be lecturers because they have a lot of life experience. And how we can design the events and try to develop these elderlies to become lecturers. And we're also trying to find whether there are organizations like that to deliver trainings, and trying to design games or events for elderlies. And we found a lot of companies trying to design, for example, moving aid, but very few companies are developing training courses or events that engage elderly and make them feel warm. So when we're doing that, and a decade ago, and we started the design of these courses. And when I proposed this idea, our partner just looked at me saying that, why do you do that? Are you doing that out of your own interest, or you're having difficulties running your companies? Was no, not like that. And we started with the proposal and with the budget of 3,000 NT dollars. And after after we submitted the proposal, and we actually our proposal was recognized, and it was like a commitment. And I just told my boss that we just I feel like we have to do things like the young people. We have to organize these events in different places in Taiwan around the island. And my boss just looked at me and saying that, okay, if you want to do that, you can do that. And that is how we started our story. So I was expecting, I didn't really know what to expect, and so I can share with you some of the photos we took along the way, and to share with you what we saw in the community. And why do I use this photo as the background? And you can see we are celebrating our 10th anniversary, and the reason why I use this photo is because just let me a survey. And have you played on board game in recent 1 month, in the past 30 days? And if you only play less than 10 times of board games, if you only heard of Monopoly, please raise your hand. The reason why I'm asking these questions is because, just like I said, the reason why I'm using this photo is because the woman in the middle, and she really wear beautiful clothes. And so the founder of the organization found that the reason why we started the board game store is because he was trying to take the children to play board games, but they were kicked out because the children were too noisy, and that is why he started his own store. And if we put that concept into the generation integration, so these are our goals. We want to mix different generations. So at the beginning, this is our initial concept. We want to apply the board game concept or the health management into a different community, and we want to pass that idea into different organizations, and so that maybe they can use that concept and to work together with the government, and to maybe to work with other profit organization, or the people are equipped this kind of concepts, and that they are having more possibilities in their career path. So for our organization, we're trying to give them more possibilities, and ultimately our goal is to provide services to elderlies, and for women, they can take care of their families, and to achieve multiple purposes. And another thing is that because a lot of times the women are sick, carrying a lot of expectations. For example, if there is anyone needs to be taken care of, the women are most of the time the caregivers. So women, after they maybe take care of the children, send them to schools, and maybe with these kinds of projects, they can earn some extra income, and hoping to have more interactions. And another thing is that for young people, we sometimes met some young people. They're designing games, or they're trying to teach, and or they're trying to create applications. When they're having interactions online with other people, and we don't know whether these young people, they can see the blue ocean, and especially when they're trying to provide services to young people. And because in the community, when we're looking at the elderlies, and the elderlies have actually two different definitions. One is their actual age, and the other thing is that the age according to their health condition. So if you look at the age, their actual age is not necessarily that they're the same age, but their health condition is the same. And for playing board game, and it's the same. If you follow the game rules, and we're providing the services to people from age from 3 to age 106. So a lot of people are so for the young people with at the age of 106, and they probably sometimes will complain that okay, there is a lady age is 86, she's too slow. Examples like this, of course. And we can design board games, and then by designing the board games, we can gradually understand their needs and to develop a variety of different classes. So if we want to promote, of course, we will need some volunteers, and we work together with a lot of different organizations. And I really appreciate that a lot of the organizations, and because when we're doing charity works, and it is very challenging, and the reason why is because sometimes we received a lot of volunteers, but they are not necessarily the appropriate volunteers for this particular event, and whether these human resources are sustainable, or sometimes when we see the volunteers, they are there on site, and they actually provide inappropriate services to elderlies, and that is actually discouraging. So we work together with different organizations, and we know what kind of resources we need, and so that we wish that we do hope that to achieve certain goals. For example, for each community, if there are some area available, and the area that is not in use, and we want to be able to use this area appropriately, and we work together. For example, the Hongdao organization. I don't know whether you have thought of the fact that what is the lifestyle if we mix the different age group, and people with different age group, young people living together with elderlies, and then maybe two generations with different age group, they can have dialogues. By playing these board games, they can share their life stories, and that they can share their life experience. And I think this might be a very good treatment. And we promised to organize 100 events, and we actually already held 250 events. And in 2019, together, we already organized more than 300 events. You probably thought that where does the money come from? How do you have the budget? At the beginning, we were very passionate, and we are trying very hard, and we have the commitment from our boss, and we work together with a lot of volunteers so that we can promote this very good idea. And so this is the event in Chaozhou, and we have the volunteers and from 9 different communities, and the total age is probably more than 10,000 years old. So they're competing with each other, and on top of playing board games. And so if you understand the place Chaozhou, Chaozhou, they have people from different age groups, and we met people from Hakka community, and we found I don't know, and at the beginning they were not very good, and they respond very not very well. But all of a sudden, one man just saying that let's speak in Hakka, and everybody just came alive. So that is one key, and so you just have to find the right way to make them engage. And this is another event we work together with Fubang, and which is a CSR group. So it's more than 1,000 people playing board games at the same time. Although these elderlies, they are very fashionable, and they're trendy. And if we go to the Aboriginal tribes, and they just wear their official tribal costume, and they receive us in a very formal way. So we were greeted as their distinguished guests. So in the process of delivering our services, and if we found that if we treat what we're doing very seriously, and we will received by the same way. And this is another example. We were working with other organizations where helping these elderly. Probably some of them, they have the cognition impairment, but we're helping them to engage and play the board games. And this is another example. We visit some communities, some of the elderly, and they are living alone. And if we just invite them to join the event together, and that they are no longer alone. So sometimes it is difficult to find the available spaces, and we just found a few tables and chairs and under the tree, and we can organize an event. And this is in Tainan area, and you can see little children around there. They're actually coaches. They're teaching the elderlies, trying to explain to them how to play the game. And if the children don't do a very good job and coaching them, they probably will be tapping the forehead saying that, say that again, you are not doing your job well. So for these elderlies, by playing the games, they're laughing and they're engaging. Can you imagine this elderly men are just playing a game like this? And they're really engaging despite of their age. And the reason why he is having this facial expression is because he cannot use other parts of the body, and he is trying to use the muscles in his lips. And in the process, we found that these elderly, they are not really that shy as we expected, and they can, they're being cheered by their peers. And then we also see these caregivers, and they are also enjoying the game, because now in Taiwan there are more and more caregivers from overseas, and sometimes we don't see a very good connections between the caregivers or domestic helpers and the elderly. And this is another thing that we can do. And so we believe that in our what we thought before was that for elderly, we have a stereotype for them, but they're actually not the way we thought, the way they are. And a lot of times in the socialization process, when we're delivering our helps to elderly people, we think that we are helping the elderlies. But there is a difference between emphasis and sometimes we deliver the help that are not required or by the elderlies, and sometimes by delivering our helps to the elderlies, we're only discriminating the old people. And of course, for board games, there are a wide variety of board games. And by preparing these different board games, and for elderly to engage in these games, and that they can really learn, and that they get a lot of stimulations. For example, the 106-year-old old woman, and she was really enjoying the game. And of course, we work together with a lot of companies, and we've been trying to promote the ideas. And now it is easy for us to attract volunteers now, and in the communities. And it is no longer a news. And that what we're doing is nothing new now, but we can do it better. We can do it deeper. And of course, these events have been recognized, and we have received the award. In Kaohsiung, I'm from Kaohsiung, and we think that it's really encouraging, because in the south part of Taiwan, sometimes the resources are not as abundant as the northern part of Taiwan. And if we can win the award, and if we can promote the concept in the south of Taiwan, we can relatively easy to do that in the north. And now we're developing the ideas how we can train these elderlies to be the board game coaches, and can they really do that? And so we try to work together with some of the elderly lecturers, and it's just more like a social experiment. So for Mr. Wei in the middle, and he is the lecturer for the elderlies, and he retired. He was a civil servant for a long time, and he has a lot to share. For example, he can tell how to go through a lot of paperwork in the public organization. So we see that Mr. Wei, and I told him that if you can continue coaching these elderlies until you're 90 years old, I can do the same. And so he's very popular, and we started to do that. And together with Mr. Wei, he's our lecturer, and we can provide the services not only to elderlies, but also to people with different age groups and to family members. And this is another lecturer of ours, and she also retired from. She was a teacher, so she approached us and asked us what we were doing, and so once she realized that what we're doing, and she actually benefited from from what the events we're organizing, because her mother is having serious dementia, and the reason why she realized that her mother is suffering dementia is because one day her father hurt and having a lot of different trauma, and she asked her mother, saying that why is he hurt, and he said that her mother beat his father up. And so they went to the hospital and did a lot of checks, and they realized that her mother is suffering from dementia. And by participating in the events we organized, and she gained the knowledge, and also she found another focus in life. And I encourage her to share her life story. Of course, everyone has their life stories, and by sharing her story of taking care of her mother with dementia, and she can really be an inspiration. And this is another lecturer of ours, and she is very talented, and she not only being the coaches and to teach elderly people to play board games, and this is she also teaches people how to beat drums or be in a band. And just imagine, do you want to, or do you have the nerve to wear clothes like this when you're 6 years old? Actually, they are by doing things like this and participating in events, they're living a very colorful life. And one concept I mentioned before is that when we're hiring teachers, hiring lecturers, and of course, the government's position is that companies, the more elderly people a company hires, the better you are. However, this is not that easy. The first thing we do is that we train the elderly to be board game coaches. That is the first step we do. Then that is how we started, and we went to different communities. We went to Pingdong, Donggang area, and when we went there, and a lot of volunteers came to us and told us that they don't have a lot of resources, and for us, we can only do our best in trying to promote the concept, trying to promote the ideas, try to get more resources and see how far we can go. And we also work together with different hospitals and hope that we can train more volunteers. And in the course training, of course, and to promote health and by playing games, personally, this is how we classify them into different categories. We want to be able to help them to have good attention and try to train them their orientation. And the different, so these are the capabilities we're trying to promote the elderlies. And when we're training our volunteers, we think that this is a very good guideline for the volunteers. Hopefully, that can be and helpful. And of course, we participate in a lot of forums and trying to promote our ideas. And we do hope that no matter whether you're in the medical area or in educational area, if you're interested, we welcome your feedback, and maybe there are opportunities to work with you in the future. And this photo, we invite elderly people from Pingdong to Kaohsiung and arena, let them perform. If you give them the opportunity, and they're more than happy to help, and the elderly can help. Thank you.
好。
Okay, I would like to thank the three presenters for their wonderful presentations. Due to the interest of time, we already gone beyond the original schedule. However, from their presentation, we do see that there are many social enterprises or the NGOs that are doing things that are really engaging the elderly to teach them how to live a more quality and healthy life. I think these work is very important. And now it's already 12:30. We don't have time for the panel discussion. I apologize for that. And we're going to have lunch soon. So I encourage you to have dialogues, to have conversations among ourselves. And once again, let's put our hands together to thank the three presenters, and thank you very much for all your sharing. And next is time for lunch, and we will have time till 1:30 for lunch. Lunch for the speakers is ready in the dining area downstairs. And for the participants, you can pick up lunch outside. Thank you.
下午是1点20分准时下午场的开。
We'll be back here at 1:20. Thank you.
最后
几乎
觉得更重要的是来参。
好啦，
可以拿下来，对对，讲话。各位现场的贵宾，我们下午场一样是中文演说的方式，所以如果需要借那个
Ladies and gentlemen, the afternoon session will be conducted in Chinese. Simultaneous interpretation service is provided. If you're an English speaker and wish to listen to English translation, please rent your interpreting headset outside of the conference room. Thank you.
冲吧。
照顾家。
各位贵宾，大家好。
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Once again, welcome to the forum. The afternoon session will begin shortly. Now, please welcome the moderator of the session, Ms. Ling-Fong, Deputy Director General of the Social and Family Affairs Administration, Ministry of Health and Welfare. Distinguished guests, distinguished speakers, good afternoon. Welcome to the afternoon parallel session 7, Development and the Promotion of Creative Age-Friendly Services. This is an extension of the morning topic, so it represents the importance we attach to aging society. So we welcome your feedback. So according to the United Nations, from 2019 to 2030, the aging population will, the number of elderly population and will increase from 700 million to 900 million, and the United Nations also attach great importance to the right of work for elderly people. Of course, we focus on the health condition of elderly people, and of course, healthy elderly, they can still work, and they can still contribute to the society. And not only there are frail elderlies, but there are also healthy and very capable elderlies. And in the United Nations, 1991, not long ago, actually, the United Nations already passed the guidelines trying to break the stereotype we have for the elderlies. And if in the afternoon, we know that there is an event at the Honglou, and it's a show, and 4 elderlies are delivering talks, trying to overturn our stereotype to elderlies. And even old people, they have dreams to realize. Although you're here, you won't be able to join the event in Honglou. However, you can still enjoy the event after this forum, and you can go online and to see the participating event online. And for European Union, and it also established a and policy focusing on energizing the elderly and to blend the different generations to live together. And for Taiwan, we know that we're aging very fast, and we expect the Taiwan will enter a super aging society in 2025, and by organizing this forum, and we are now talking about the focus on different aspects of aging society, and for this parallel session 7, and I think this is particularly meaningful, especially when we focus on the creative aging friendly services. And so for the speakers today, we have Mr. Wu Chih-Shiang, co-founder of DreamVoke, and also Ms. Li Juo-Chi, CEO of Hongdao Senior Citizens Welfare Foundation, and also Ms. Huang Pei-Ting, Chief Executive Officer of the Linker, and also Ms. Ni-Hsuan is head of creative aging of the Anchor Media Corporation. So together, for these distinguished speakers, they're focusing on different aspects of creative age and age-friendly services. And for example, Ms. Huang is going to put and deliver the self-centered solutions, and there are different aspects. And for example, Ms. Huang is focusing on how the power of pets. So as a moderator, I have the responsibility to manage the time. So each speaker will have 25 minutes, and so before we will remind you when your time is up for the speakers, and I will do my job to control the time. And so I will confirm with the organizer if there is flexibility that we can give each speaker even more time, and if it is required. However, we do hope that we can have some Q&A time. So let's now please welcome the first speaker, Mr. Wu.
Thank you, Deputy Director General. It is my honor to give the presentation today about some of the project that we did and also the underlying thoughts. This is just a greeting slide. My name is Mike. So I would like to welcome all questions and comments. And before I begin, I would like to ask you, what do these numbers stand for? 2819. Okay, this is the order of the number. Okay, what do they stand for? 2020. Just as our moderator points out, it's very hard to guess. This is not the lottery number. Don't try to buy lottery. Don't try to buy these numbers. This is the ratio. We're talking about the flip of a concept. Oftentimes in a lot of these forums that we talked about Medicare and also long-term care, but do you know the percentage of the healthy and unhealthy elderlies? It's actually 2 to 8, 20/80, the ratio. If we look at the stats, actually the elderly who are under long-term care is only about 12 to 13% of the total population of the elderly. However, we only look at the needs of those who are in need of such care. The one actually only represents the medical attention that is given to them. Actually, the rest of the 90% of their needs for learning, for travels, for all sorts of needs, this is actually neglected. So if we actually look at the spectrum of their services, we should focus on all aspects and what are the gap that needs to be filled and what are the possibilities that we could address. So there are not a lot of numbers I'd like to share as one of the slides. If we look at their daily life necessity, if we compare the families with elderly or with no elderly groups, actually this is a different expenditure. And then also according to the government's data, this is the service or product that we purchase, and there's actually a lot of food, also household necessities and clothes, and also cosmetics or skincare. So you see they still care a lot about the way they look, and also social life is very important, and also the self-value. So these is what they spend on. And things that we have not imagined, that we do not know about, or often there is a lack of imagination. And this is also a study which indicates, if we look at the education level of the elderly, for those who receive middle school education, and a lot of them would actually spend more time at home than having a more active social life. So when we ask them what their needs are, we can see that a lot of them actually don't really have an opinion. Here the needs that rank number 3 is that there's no specific product or service that they need. So a lot of them actually don't really have an idea of what kind of products or service they need. There is a lack of imagination. So often we talk about being user-friendly or user-centered. However, if they're very specific that they need good health. However, if you're asking somebody who doesn't really have a very clear opinion about what they need, it's then difficult to plan something for them. So if you Google family trips, there's a lot of products, a lot of the tips that teaches you how to plan your holiday. However, if it's say the elderly group, this is what you get. So it talks about all the negative things, the conflicts, the medical needs, the desire for good health. So there is a lack of imagination, as we can see. So how do we broaden the imagination? I think that's very important. We need to be more creative in how to help the elderly. So actually a lot of people, as we can see from this book, it indicates many of us could live up to 100 because of the advancement in the medical technology. And this book, I would highly recommend it. It talks about if you can live up to 100, how would you live your life to the fullest? So if you can live to 100, it shouldn't be a burden. It's a great thing. And also, it should be desired when young people see that. They don't see you as a burden. This is actually a wonderful thing. So this is what the book talks about. It actually proposes this very important concept. Actually, ever since the Industrial Revolution, we see there's 3 major stages of our life. Education, about 20 years, and then you work for about 40 years, and then you retire. Usually you retire at the age of 65, and you live up to 100. You have almost 40 years. What are you going to do with that 40 years? Are you going to continue to work or to study? What more would you like to do? So it actually talked about this importance of planning for life, and we see sometimes the elderly, they could be very young at heart. They could be, starting a business at the age of 70. And there's this famous person, Mr. Hsu, many of us know, who is already in his 70s, and he still started up his own business, designing products and services for the elderly. So we need to have a breakthrough from the old concept that limits us with regard to age. So this is what our company does. DreamVogue, we conducted a study, and we also partner with many different industries. And actually, we were spun off from E3, and we actually want to provide design and service with innovation for the elderly. So we actually talked about, say, insurance, retirement planning, the financial capabilities for the elderly. We also talked about education for tourism, lifelong learning, in-home care, or what type of innovation can be provided catering to the needs for for people with disability and dementia. So we've actually worked with people from different backgrounds, different fields. We're trying to approach the issue from various different perspectives. So just a quick conclusion for this stage. So after all these discussion with experts from different field, say, for example, we understand that having that financial independence, it's like a key that would actually open the door to many different possibilities. And so, for example, if you want to have a healthy, nutritious diet, or a very good social life, or you want to give back to society, you need that financial independence. So for the aged group, we used to think of them as just one community. This is actually a very diverse group. So they're just like us. They're like young people. There could be many different facets. So some might be looking for, say, a good healthy diet, but some wants to eat at Michelin restaurants, Michelin star restaurants. And some wants to live in urban areas, some wants to live in rural areas. So when we talked about their needs and their desires, you cannot just look at them as one collective, because you might overlook the needs of a great majority. So there is actually very diverse needs. So when we talked about the service for them, we need to know that this is not just a one single community. They're actually, it's a very, very diverse group. So 2 examples to share with you. One talked about the work with the professions they can engage in, and also another one is long-term care. So there's actually there could be new ideas embedded in the long-term care. So for the careers, so even though they retire from their original job, they can still engage in other type of work or other professions. In the past, you see that the classifieds for the elderly, if they're looking for to hire the elderly, they probably just want very entry-level jobs, but actually there's a lot they could do. It's also very diverse. You can see they don't, instead of just providing labor, they can also be doing a lot of other things. They have a lot of experience they can share. They have their connections, their network, and there's a lot of very good ideas So they can actually be working in, say, startups. They could be life coaches, and they can be consultants, and that actually can complement what young people have. And also, there's some very unique assets that they possess. So, for example, because we are a design company, so then when we design services, usually we don't really fully understand their needs. So if we have a consultant in place, then they can help us better design our service. And some tech companies, they would also bring in the elderly to, say, engage in say AI, because they still the text needs to be reviewed by a person, and also the ethical aspects, because young people, they do not have the knowledge or the experience to make the judgment. So the ethical aspect can actually this is something that the elderly can take care of. So I think when we talked about the value of this particular group, and we can actually see that there is so much they could do. So we engaged in this project before. We have a senior designer. So it could be a cross-generation collaboration. So we actually have this project. We call them the New Age Designers. And we focus on the diet designs. So this is a group. These are the so-called the New Age Designers. They're above 65 years of age. Some are even in their 70s or 80s. They look very young. However, they are not as young as they might appear. They're all above 65. So back then, when the government has not enacted the law for senior employment, we actually posted on a job site and on 104.com, and we're not supposed to discriminate against the elderly. So what we say is that we seek people who have more than 30 years of experience, so that's how we can recruit the elderly. So some of them are actually fashion designers, or who is a lifestyle experts, or who have very specific ideas about fitness. So they also share with us why they're interested in this project and why they want to contribute. So we brought them here to. Actually, in our company, we worked together for about 6 months, and together in this workshop, they design curriculum, and also they actually devote into the manufacturing part. So they talked about what are the uniqueness about senior people in the company, and also they could share their experience with the up-and-coming designers. And they talked about their needs, why they need, say, a collar or pocket, things they want to cover up, and or things they need to, the design needs. They talked about their design needs with the young designers that young people may not think of. And they were the models for these designs, and we got the photographers to shoot photos. And this is the product. So they're designs for work and for home settings, for all different scenarios. So we find from the senior users, they said this is actually very good because it actually took their needs into considerations. There is a inner pocket for there are glasses, and there are all these different design features that would meet their needs. So these are perhaps what young people may not think of. So that is a collaboration we have. So when we design clothes, we now understand there is different needs that the elderly needs. And I forgot which one of them. One of the models were actually invited to model for another line of clothing for a magazine. So for their employment, we actually did a lot of studies. We really want to facilitate the cross-generation collaboration. And we also understand that there are the physiological needs, and also what are the things we need to watch out for in the offices. So we actually try to come up with many new ideas. So for a job that requires a specific knowledge, and we're thinking about how to embed technology. So when they do the operation or the simulation, actually the elderly can become a mentor or a coach that teaches the young people how to say get hands-on for certain techniques. So the young people may learn how to say operate certain devices or machinery. So these good experiences can actually get passed down to the younger generation. And there are jobs that could be more hazardous, and what that really requires a lot of experience. So maybe the elderly can actually provide coaching remotely, and so that these skills can also be passed down. And for the long-term care, when we talked about disability and dementia, the people think, oh, as long as you take them out, they'll be happy. However, this tourism destinations, there also needs to be redesigned. So when we see when there's a new amusement park, they would try to take into consideration the needs for the elderly. However, a lot of these destinations, they have not been repurposed for the needs of the elderly. So we had this opportunity to work with the Liufu Safari Park, and we have this project to design for family with a dementic patient. So this is how we began. We found that for a lot of people with a disability, with dementia, they mainly, just stayed at home. They don't get to go out. So we often think about how to take them out so that they can have a good time, and then they share a wonderful memory with their family. And I will talk about just now, I think there is another topic on pets and animals. So at this particular destination, we can actually repurpose some of the accessible services in the hotel. So we design a tour package. So they have a lot of the teaching materials for children, and they can actually be repurposed for the elderly. And so that might be associated with a memory. So when they see a monkey, they might be thinking of the famous Chinese literature, The Journey to the West. And so together in a very fun site, and so they can actually enjoy themselves and can learn something. They can actually have a good interaction. So the animals will serve as a medium to connect the family together, and also they can play with musical instruments, and they can make sounds, and together they will have a really good time. And so they're all having such a fun time. So you see this person was learning how to shoot, and because this gentleman was once a military officer, so he was really interested in shooting. So it's very sad to see our family losing their vitality and memory. We can only look at the pictures to bring the old memories back. And this time at the safari park, we're once again having a fun time, a good time as a family. I'll give you a massage, Grandpa. This is art therapy. It's so nice to see a smile on his face again. With this very well-designed service, you'll get to see that they can smile again. So with all these designs, we allow the family to come here and to enjoy a good time. So there's a lot of new possibilities, and together with our partners, we have an forum for creative aging, which will take place on November 13th to 14th. And there will be a lot of fun activities. Thank you.
Mike, 他好像做引言一样。
We thank Mike. He just gave us an introduction. Because today we also focus on how elderlies can work and contribute what they can do. So our next speaker is Mr. Juo-Chi. She's the CEO of Hongdao Senior Citizens Welfare Foundation. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for still staying with us after today's forum. And now I'm going to share with you the service we deliver at the historical building. Hongdao Senior Citizens Welfare Foundation. Our foundation has been established for 26 years, and we have been devoted to deliver services to elderlies, and in hope that they can age locally. You know that our foundation has organized a lot of different initiatives and events, and but if we look at the daily lives in the elderlies, they need more feeling of certainties. So today I'm going to share with you one initiative we have. Actually, if you look at the initiative, this is one of the work under our foundation. And the reason why we have this work is because in 2007, we had this Grand Riders initiative, and we saw a lot of possibilities of the elderly. I was here in the morning. I was very moved by listening to all these different speeches. In 2007, when we started the Grand Bikers Initiative. A lot of people came to us and asked us how you're so brave to organize us an event like this. But today we listen to a lot of speeches, and the way we look at elderly is very different from the way we looked at them before. So we also had a lot of different initiatives on top of great grand riders. We also have 不老 baseball teams. A lot of elderly people are in the baseball team. So a lot of elderlies are in the team playing baseball. We also lead our elderly and then make them to perform in the stage of Taipei Arena, because we see a lot of elderly, and if you look at their daily life, they actually participate in a lot of dancing works or performing activities, but they don't do it without a goal, and so we give them one, which is to perform in the stage of Taipei Arena. Our next event is going to be held next Saturday in Taipei Arena. The tickets are already sold out for the afternoon session, but we still have some seats available in the evening. So this is probably the only show in the world that are performed by senior people. So after so many different projects, probably these projects and the duration is about, some of them are weeks and some of they took months. So we were discussing, after organizing all these events, we were discussing whether it's possible to have a place where we can have a long-term discussion with the elderly, whether we can have a space like that. And then in Taichung City, and there was an initiative to rebuild some of the old houses, and one place they found was a mayor's residence. It used to be the mayor's residence. So this is a historical building. Now it's already 88 years old. I mean, this building is already 88 years old. So we are specialized in taking good care of elderly, and we don't really have the experience of taking care of older buildings. So we walked in, and we strongly feel that this is an historical building. It was not really taken good care of. So we see this is the historical building, and it requires a lot of refurbishment, and all the refurbishment would need to be approved by the authority. So we work together with the architect, and the architect made a proposal, and it took us 6 months to discuss the details with the government officials. So we finally rebuilt this place, and to make it a space where we can continue to deliver our services to elderly. And it is in the center of a commercial area in Taichung. And you can see this is a Japanese style building, and on the left hand side, and on the right hand side, this is the place where we deliver our major services. 不老 Eatery, and we wish we had the time to show you more details. For example, before the refurbishment, it looked really like a haunted house. And during the construction period, we wanted to make this place the venue and to facilitate elderlies to start a career again. So we reorganize the cubicles and redesign the space allocation. And for space design, you can see that there is a bar area, and all the design details are putting into consideration how they can be friendly to elderly people. For example, for the kitchen, and sometimes when for storage areas, and in our own kitchen we will have to maybe put the storage area above our head. We need to climb up, and for the storage area here, and you can pull the shelf down so that elderly people do not have to climb up, for example. And when designing this space, there are 3 things we want to achieve. Number 1, 不老 spirit, meaning that for the elderly people we get in touch to, for these elderly, if they want to tell their stories or there are things that they want to achieve, we want to make this venue the place where they can achieve that. And for elderly employment, that is the second objective we want to achieve in this venue, because we know that the elderly, they can contribute their efforts, and if they want to make contributions, if we want to make them employed again, we have to make sure that this venue is appropriate for the elderly people to do their work, and in the process of designing the place. So if the elderly, if we hire these elderly people and we give them hourly rates, and we also have to also consider the rights of the employees and the employers, and how we can make it, optimize it in this venue. And another thing we want to achieve is cross-generation collaboration. So this house is surrounded by a area where there are a lot of college students. So we are also thinking what activities we can engage both the old generation and young generation. Of course, for this, one of the major tasks we have is to employ elderly people, and for the dishes, and the menu is designed by elderly people and the young people. And of course, there are different arrangements because we cannot really keep elderly in a workplace for too long, for a long period of time, and because they have a lot of different family obligations. Elderlies, sometimes they have to look after their grandchildren, or they have to pick up the kids after school. So we have to make their working time more flexible. And for the venue, for the menu, and there are different choices, and we deliver lunch boxes, or and people can come here and enjoy their meals. And these elderly, they're very proud of what they do. They said that a lot of people, they're very much addicted to the dishes I make, and we make announcement, and every day we only offer one set of menu, so to make it more friendly. And so the elderly people, they will gather together and discuss that, okay, for this dish, I'm very good at making this dish, and they will make arrangement, and they also compete with each other, and how they can make sell more meal boxes. And because of this initiative, now we have 15 employees, average age of 63 years old. So they are working to make these meals every day. And we also provide food delivery services. At the beginning, we didn't have the budget to buy these delivery boxes, and because you see that at the beginning when you deliver food, the elderly, they are using their own scooters, and for these delivery bags, they cannot really hold the food very well to make sure that the sauce doesn't spill, and there are a lot of fine-tuning. So after a period of time, we design the delivery bag that can hold the food steadily, and So actually, one of the delivery destination is nearby and is within walking distance, and they can really arrive there on foot. And so the delivery bag was not suitable for walking. So these elderly people, they gathered together, and they after discussion, and they design a suitable delivery bag. And just like Mike just said, we are not delivering, we're not designing for them, but the elderly people, they're also engaged in the designing process. So starting from this elderly employment, and actually there was in Taichung area, there is a residential area, and there are a lot of elderly people live there, and there a lot of them are very good cooks, and that requires very sophisticated cooking skills. So we not only look after or to put our attention to elderly people, we also want to deliver our services to young people. So what we did is that we invite the elderly people to come, and we organize a cooking competition. Because of the COVID-19 pandemic, we were not able to really hold this competition, but still a lot of them came to share what they're the dish they're very proud of. And we also organize a space where there are coffee shops also participated in the initiative. So a lot of the dishes they're very good at. They were also part of the exhibition. So we do hope that for this Quguang residential area, the people from that area, they can also contribute their recipe to our restaurant. Although we don't provide a lot of job opportunities, only of more than a dozen job opportunities, but just like I said, there was also a coffee shop engaged, Louisa Cafe, and Louisa Cafe also provides 2 job opportunities. And we also had another initiative. We call it true storytelling, and just like treat these elderlies, and they're just like a story book. And because by coming here, and you can listen to these elderlies telling their life stories. Now we have about 50 books, meaning that we share about 50 life stories from 50 elderlies, and one of them is 94-year-old man, and so he was very interested in magic tricks. So he knows more than 30 magic tricks. And the reason why I said he is the most popular one is because a lot of times we receive delegations. And of course, for these delegations coming here and visit our venue, and we just arrange this 94-year-old grandpa to interact with the delegation. So he every time we work together with him, he just bring a lot of his own magic tricks and to perform in front of these visitors. Can you imagine that a 94-year man, and because he's very interested in the activities he is engaging in, so he is very devoted, and he's very happy and healthy because of that. And on the right-hand side, he used to be the owner of a scooter repair shop, And he thought that although I am a mechanic repairing scooter, it doesn't mean that I can't be sophisticated. So he learned how to play violin by himself, and he used this venue to share his passion for music. And this is another example. And we also mentioned about the cross-generation collaboration, and this is also happening in this venue, because in that area there are quite a lot of different colleges, and one of the initiatives we have is the 不老 creation. So in this venue we have elderly workers, and there are also volunteer workers, because in this business area there are a lot of street vendors, and for street vendors, and how to recycle used oil is an issue, and we've been thinking what we can do to contribute to the neighborhood. And for these volunteers, and the idea they came up with is to use this used oil and to make soap. So these volunteers, they collect these used oils from the street vendors, and to make soaps, and they can sell the soaps in this in the space. And so Li-Jiuan is the leader of the volunteer workers, and she's been working as a volunteer for a long time, and she is about 70 years old. She has many grandchildren, and she and her husband, and once learn about the opportunity to contribute, and they are very devoted. And we also have the participation from college students nearby. And sometimes it is difficult to explain to people why we're doing this. So, but for these college students, they come in here and they discuss with our volunteer leaders. For example, after the soaps are made, and they have to have sun dry. So these college students, they came in and they contribute their ideas. For example, whether it's possible to make these soaps with different color and different aroma, so that they can have better margin. So these are the results co-created by the young generation and the old generation. And we were thinking, what else can we do? If this is just like a culture area, we can hold regular exhibitions, and there are other interesting things we can do. And I'll show you one video, and I'll come back to you later. I think in my career as a chef, this is the first time that I have the opportunity to work together with elderly people. So for these waiters and waitresses, they are elderly and with dementia. But we have the opportunity to co-create a menu with love, because for cooking, we not only deliver dishes, but also we are delivering love. So my mother, she used to be the like a guardian of our farms and of our household, but now she has the opportunity to walk outside of the door of our households, and to contact so many people, interact with so many different people. We see great smiles from her faces. For elderly people, once they have the opportunity to interact, actually it energizes them. So I think the most important thing is that everyone who participated in the gathering, and we start to think differently, how we can face these elderly with dementia in a different perspective, in a healthier perspective. So this is a pop-up restaurant. Oh, it's okay, pop-up restaurant. All right, if they think we're okay, then we'll just come. So don't you think she's gorgeous? She's cute. She's super cute. When we're designing this project, we had the opportunity to saw one project from Japan. It was a very popular video. There was a very well-known project from Japan, and the founder of the project was also here in Taiwan. I participated in the project. So the project in Japan, it was not only a pop-up restaurant, but also it's an initiative to engage elderly and to make people rethink some of the issues that we also to make us more to enhance our tolerance for people, different people in the society. And by participating in that project, we start to think that whether we can do something similar in our restaurant. And we were thinking which chef we can invite to participate in the project. And we were thinking whether we can invite Mr. Andre Chan, a very well-known celebrity chef, and we contacted him, and he agreed immediately because his grandmother is also suffering from dementia, so he agreed to participate in the project. So the elderly members of this project, not only from our foundation, and there are also elderly with dementia from different foundations. And we do hope that what happened in the restaurant, in this space, we hope that there are more people who have the opportunity to participate in the process. So for the guests who were able to be part of the projects, and they had the opportunity to face elderly with dementia directly, and they understand them even more. And for the family members of the elderly with dementia, their feedback is that it's been a long time since they saw such a big smile on the elderly's faces. I would like to use this photo to conclude my presentation. And it's been 4 years, almost 5 years, that we started this this place, and this is a project supported by a lot of different government agencies, and a lot of wonderful things happen in this place. And it reminds me of what Deborah mentioned in the morning. It's just like a mixture of hot pot. It doesn't really matter which government agency is involved, and what we want to do is that no matter which organization, which agency you're from, once you come into this area and you feel the warmth and you feel the passion. So on the right-hand side, this is the QR code of our Facebook page. Please join us. Thank you. So this is the Bulao 125 Aging Innovation coming out of historical building.
And next, we have the Healing Power for Pets. I would like to welcome the Chief Executive Officer of the Linker, Mr. Huang Pei-Ting. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm the third presenter. And it's a rather cool day, and I hope that with the next 25 minutes, I will keep you warm. And we'll look at what type of community activities we can do together with the elderly. And today I'm talking about the healing power of pets. And we're going to talking about chicken. My name is Pei-Ting. I'm from Taiwan. The Linker, this is the name of the company that is also based in Taiwan. We were set up in 2018. I was a social worker, and I have actually engaged in many programs together with the elderly. And we also try to see what are the other new possibilities, and that could actually satisfy the needs of the elderly. And this morning, we had the Slido polling, and so we understand that actually not many people are interested in giving volunteer services. However, we do see that people really understand the importance of health, and there are many different ways to contribute to good health. And that's what we've been hearing from the presentations today. And the Linker, we look at the communities and we see what type of activities we can design for communities. And this morning, we heard many numbers, and so I'm not going to repeat the numbers. So basically, we heard that now from retirement, you might have about at least 20 years of free time, and so you need to make sure that you have a very fulfilled life. And also, however, based on our experience with the elderly, we see that there is actually a lot of stress they're dealing with. We see that for every 3 elderly, one could feel lonely and depressed. And that's actually a very high risk factor for health. And also, there could be a disruption in the social life because you no longer go to work and you don't really spend time with so many people. So having a goal in life actually makes a huge difference. So you don't really have a goal in your life. It really matters a lot in terms of the health risks. So yeah, I encourage people to be more sociable. And also, a lot of us have different generations in the family. And in Taiwan, we see that 1/5 of the working population, they need to take care of the elderly, and also they have children. So for them, there's actually a lot of concern when there is a relocation need, and there could be a pressure for them. And we are also thinking, being a social design company, how we can interact, how we can engage with this new elderly groups. And we hear a lot about retirement, and you need to have a specific goal, and you need to have a social life. This is actually very important. That is the starting point. And we actually design the different services. We look at the retirement life, and we want to engage the elderly. And we also have a site. We can actually put these ideas into practice. And we want to be able to teach people about these lifestyles in the site. And then we want to create good ecosystem. We actually, I think we know each other quite well. And there are many of us that are our partners, and we would like to have more partners in the future. And we try to resort to the healing power of pets. And we found that people like to, say, have dogs or cats because pets, they play such an important role. They can be very healing and very affectionate. So we, this is what we do, and actually for the elderly group, some of them, they might have raised chickens when they were young, but of course they don't, for many years, they wouldn't have a chance to raise chicken. And then if you raise chicken, you get the eggs, and the eggs could actually, you could sell them, or you could actually cook them. So we also try to use these activities to teach people about environmental protection. In our site, people can bring their food waste to the site to raise chicken, and also they can together they can take care of the chicken, and so raising chickens can actually be very educational. So people are quite curious what kind of site it is. Actually, we are raising chicken in Taichung, and I'm going to show you with a short film. So this is a tune from the Ataya group, the indigenous tribe in Taiwan. So raising chicken allows them to engage physically, and it will allow them to become more healthy, and also to give them a little bit extra income. So every quarter we have to change the filling in the soil, and we add all these tree leaves, and they become a organic fertilizer. Raising chickens has many benefits. This is what I haven't thought of before. I actually I left home for a couple of days, and I came back, and the chicken wouldn't come close to me, because usually when I feed them, they would, run close to me. They would run to me. So for 3 days in a row, I spent a lot of time with them. I even talked to them, and just hope that they would be close to me again. So when we raise chicken, the kids also, it's a good learning for the kids, and creates a lot of topics for the children and the elderly. So it really brings a lot of common topics in the community. Because the kids and the elderly are the ones that we need to care for. So we see that there is more bonding and also more love in the community. I think this is a wonderful thing. So the linker bring this project here. And a lot of the retired people, and then they used to raise animals, and they are very fond of animals. And now they are retired, and they might to look after their family. And this is actually a good way for them to have a little time for themselves, and also this is a very good hobby, and they also get to make a little extra income. Remember when we first went there and told people about the raising chicken project, people were very nervous. They said, oh, no, I haven't raised a chicken for a long time. So when we had the first meeting, people didn't really seem very interested. So what we did was that we tried to understand their needs. What are the needs for the elderly, for the community? So we started doing this in March last year. We took inventory, what are the needs, and we also talked to them. We talked to each family, we try to understand their situations, and we want to encourage people to do this together. And you could raise 10, 30, 50 chicken. It just gives you something to do. And also their family members, the kids, the young people, they have something to talk about. So when we talk to the people in the community, we find that they could be quite curious. However, they're not really quite clear about what is animal welfare, what is the friendly way of raising chickens. So we actually invited experts to talk to the community and to share with them about a more humanitarian way to raise chicken. So we talked to the health center, to the schools, and all together we can do this project together. So the first thing is to build the chicken house, and they can actually do this in a shared space. So, and then we collected the food waste, the leftover, so we can actually use that to feed chicken, and that can actually be utilized. So we collect all the food waste. Actually, when we put them all together, we actually get those worms, and that could be, the worms can be used to feed chicken. And also there's a lot of leaves, and once you sweep the leaf off the floor, it can actually be used for the padding of the chicken house, and so it actually would neutralize the odor in the chicken home. And so when you come here, you smell the wood, you smell the leaves, and also when you see that the chicken has a place when they have the stick to perch on, and their feather wouldn't get contaminated by their feces. So it's with this special design, we can actually raise the chicken to be very healthy and very clean. So we see more and more people became very interested. And for the elderly, I think their expectation is to just get something to do and also a little bit of extra money, and it could become their allowance. So for the community, they want to provide different services for the elderly, and they want to be more and they want to keep the elderly entertained. And also there are people with dementia, and they can also be involved. And so we also designed activities for them to participate, and we involved the kids as well. And the kids actually just studying in the local primary school. And with this project, they also get to interact with the elderly. So the chicken farm is very different from the picture you see on the left. We actually built this special home for the chicken. So they can go to these little boxes to lay their eggs and to hatch their eggs. And then we feed them with the worms, and then they also get to run around. And they usually come home at night in the evening, and then they would just go to sleep, and they would perch on these on the structure. And we also collect the feces, and they can actually be turned into fertilizer. So this is we create the cycle, and here you can see this is the chairperson of the Community Development Council, and who's been engaging in this project since very early on. She was a social worker before. She looked after her her husband who has a stroke, and when she retired, she came back to the tribe, and she didn't really have a lot of things to do. And she, when she sees us social workers, we came in the community, and now her husband received long-term care, and she has more time to socialize, and so she became the leader of the project. So for her, raising chicken is really a way for her to have something fun to do. And she also helped us to bring this project to the different villages. And there's another person who used to be a chef and who became disabled. And this beginning of this year, her husband passed, and she was quite depressed, and she no longer sleeps in the same bedroom as they used to, because she doesn't want to think of her husband. It makes her very sad. So, but she raised a chicken a long time ago, but then she had to give them away because she had to take care of her husband. And we say maybe just starting with 2 chicken so they can become your pet. And now she would plant the wheatgrass and also some herbal plants, and she used those to feed the chicken. So she actually really see them as her pets. And the nurses told her to walk 2,000 steps a day, and also to swing her arms. And so just now she walks with the chicken. She could easily achieve 2,000 steps. So we told her that you have to walk your chicken every day. This will be good for the chicken, and that for that she also becomes more healthy. So I think working together with the elderly and teach them about raising chicken and collecting the eggs, selling eggs, I think it really allows people to to be engaged and to be entertained. So we design the model together, and so they realize this is very different from raising chicken in the past. And so we told them this is what you need to do in the morning, this is what you need to do in the afternoon. It doesn't really take up so much of your time. It's just about 2 hours a day, just maybe 1 hour in the morning. What you need to do is just to clean up the chicken farm, and then in the afternoon you can walk your chicken and you can collect the eggs. And so every month they're paid for the eggs that they sell. And we also try to bring on young people, and then they would do the planning, and then it could also become the in-house they would also visit the elderly in their houses. So we have these cross-generation interactions. So the kids, they would come to clean up the chicken farm every month, and they would also get to spend time with the elderly. And this site is actually, it used to be a long-term care site, but we also see that there are people who have dementia, and it's in the mountain area, so sometimes the elderly could get lost. So in the day, and we can bring the dementic elderly to come here. What we can teach them to do is that we'll wipe the eggs, and then we'll put them in the packaging. So this is actually a very good way to engage this group of elderly who have dementia, and they can actually be trained to wipe the eggs and then put them in the padding. This is actually very good exercise for them. They get to to work out a little bit, and also to strengthen their cognitive functions. So for the chicken, we designed, say, sports events. You can bring your chicken, you can walk the chickens, or you can have the chicken to have a small race. So the chicken are just so well taken care of, and we have very good, say, they're very high ratio. 80% of the chicken are still laying eggs even during summertime. So we have this chicken running event, and also bring your chicken down the runway. So that's just so people will bring the snacks for the chicken. Some people, they will use bread to feed the chicken as they engage in the race. And so we actually are doing this in 4 communities in Taichung. So 12 people are involved, and there are 8 chicken-friendly farms, and also altogether we raise 240 chickens, and the daily output is 200 eggs. And there are enterprises who will come to purchase those eggs. And also we made quiche, and you can actually buy those quiche. And we also found that the elderly, they become empowered. They realize, they see that they can actually create value. And even for people with dementia, they can also participate, and they really find life is much more fun with the chicken. So then they get to make a little bit extra income with the eggs, and also for the revenue is actually given back to the community, and we can provide supper for some people, and it can also be used to generate more activities. So this is what I like to share as the healing power of chicken. There's a lot of value that is created. The pets offer companionship, it gives you affection, and also it brings you livelihood. So this is the journey of the egg. It went from the individual to the community that really creates a lot of value along the way. So I hope that with today's presentation, we can actually do more creative designs for the lifestyle for the elderly. And I think together we can make life much more fun and exciting. Thank you.
好，非常谢谢佩婷哦。
Thank you, Pei-Ting. We never imagined that what an egg can do. Next, we're going to listen to the last speaker of the session. And the topic is, this is creative aging doing, creativity, health, and well-being. This topic is actually reflecting the theme in the morning session. Now let's please welcome Ms. Zhou Ni-Hsuan, Head of Creative Aging of the Anchor Media Corporation. So, Ms. Zhou, please introduce yourself. Thank you. So the topic of my talk is, this is creative aging doing, creativity, health, and well-being.
不能离开他，不能没有他。好 ，OK， 好，那大家好，我是凯特。那我是
My name is Kate. I'm the head of creative aging of Anchor Media Corporation. I'm also the Secretary General of Taiwan Creative Aging Promotion Development Association. So in recent years, we've been doing a lot of efforts. For example, we write articles, we organize events. And I also organize a cafe delivering services to elderly. And now I'm the CEO of Anchor Media. I've been doing services delivered to elderly people. I'll share with you one story first. So if you look at this picture, the person in the picture is actually my father. He passed away. I have been a caregiver for a long period of time, and my father had been sick for a very long time, and so he suffered from a lot of surgeries, and when he passed away, he was only 59 years old. So because he was 59 years old only, so we know very well that long-term care is not only for elderlies, but also for people who die prematurely. And because of the caregiving process, my family suffered a lot, and my mother suffered from depression. And I had the opportunity to talk to people who deliver elderly services. I'm from England, and he said that deliver services to elderly, this is actually providing services, and this elderly people, they are very lively. And of course, the forum today is organized by Ministry of Welfare and Health and Welfare. We know that for super aging society, we know that we're going to live for a long time with no accident, and if no surprises, we're going to be a caregiver. But along the way, there's there is a power where we can really continue, and there's a long way. And so what is the strength that can help us? So I'm going to share with you, this is from Star Wars, and actually for the future of a super aging society. So, we're doing these elderly services not only for elderly people, but for ourselves, because with no accidents, we're going to live for a very long time. So being creative, delivering creative elderly services, it's just like a force. So a few years ago, I visited some of the activities, and so at the end of the activity, I can share with you that in the afternoon of Thursday, there was a elderly class, and especially for elderly people. It's a Thursday afternoon course. Because for Saturday, this forum is on Saturday, and so you're here. But for who will attend a class in the Thursday afternoon? So that was a class attended by elderlies, and at the end of the class, we heard the lecturers thank the elderlies, and one elderly person just raised his hand, saying that, okay, this class is also open for ordinary people. I am one of the ordinary ones. I'm not elderly. So he's clearly over 65 years old, but he doesn't think that he is part of the elderly group. So now when we're delivering elderly services, we're looking at them as a whole person rather than an elderly person. For example, now when we're writing cards and to wish our to deliver great wishes to our friends and the relatives. So normally we said best wishes and great health. And a lot of times we don't really deliver wishes, especially to wish great mental health. We only said great health, but normally we only focus on physical health. So being a creative aging process, we have to think that in the process of aging, we lose protein, and we will try to absorb more proteins from our diet. But in terms of our mental strength, we have to also do something to cultivate our mental strength. And that is why there are initiatives working together with museums, galleries. And so these initiatives are focusing on the mental health of elderlies. So for this one, it's, in 2019, WHO announced a survey conducting whether art can really help to boost the mental health. And the conclusion of that survey is that art intervention can certainly help mental health. And I wrote an article and published in a magazine. If you have time and you are interested in, you can read this article. In the past, when we all, most of the time we focus on disease management or disease control, but very rare where we think that disease control has something to do with Ministry of Culture. However, this survey raised 3 questions. Whether it is possible to have budgets that cross different perspectives, whether it is possible to expand projects that cross different disciplines. So in the recent years, we have observed some of the trends. And some of the trends are, we see some festivals that are active aging festivals. So there are a lot of festivals like that. And if you see, these are the active aging festivals and their slogans. And none of the slogans says that we have to save the people with elderly with dementia. How do we take care of elderly who lived alone? No, they always focus on creativity, being creative, being innovative. We celebrate our old age. Last year, I had the opportunity to work together with the British Culture Council, and we visited Scotland to see their Luminate Festival. So the festival focuses on cross-generation communication. And what does it mean? Being when you get old. And there are also topics being discussed, which is social prescribing. So when we think of prescription, the first thing we think of are diseases. But if you key in social prescribing in if you Google that, there are a wide variety of definitions and the different events coming up. And what does it mean, social prescribing? You know, in 2008, the British government established a department. That was the Department of Loneliness. And there is a minister for Ministry of Loneliness. They want to help a group of people who are elderly, who live alone. They are lonely, and also adolescents in the family. They're actually lonely. So this initiative, there was a commission called So this commission is to engage art to help solving the problem of aging. And one thing very interesting is that people might say that what can you do with art? Art has anything to do with our mental health. You can think about it. And when they're providing the concept of social prescribing, and of course, the consequence of that is that people are having better mental health, and this is because it can. Art can do a lot with your health conditions, and in the process of being creative, you can establish a better relationship with yourself. So you can know yourself better. You can observe the world in a more keenly, and to know the world better. So for our company, these are also the aspects we try to focus on. So we also, for example, have Ankle Picture Book House, and we have a lot of different initiatives. And our magazines are awarded, and we also organize different events and different development programs. And these are a slide illustrating what we have done, how we work with different organizations. So we also touch upon a lot of different topics, even the sex well-being of the elderly. So along the way, we work together with a lot of different organizations, sharing what we have learned from our visit to England and to the United Kingdom. And this year, we also work together with 5% Design Asian and with other organizations, and to organize this Creative Aging Festival. And for Taiwan's Creative Aging Festival, this is an initiative called work with a lot of different organizations. And for this one, this is a podcast. We want to focus on the elderly people and inviting the elderly people to share their life stories, or to even just to complain and at our podcast. And the events can work together with different events. We and try to establish a tent at the Da'an Park, and we were kicked out because we didn't apply before. However, now what we're doing is that we try to get different resources, and of course our initiative was affected due to the COVID-19 pandemic. However, we gradually continue our efforts. We want to let the elderly know that museums or exhibition centers, these are places that are not that far away from their daily life. And this year, we also worked together with the Taiwan Municipal Hospital, and I was the curator. The way we curate the exhibition is that we collected the words from people with dementia. So this is a more like an audio exhibition. So even people are suffering from dementia, they still have words to say. They still want to have their voices being heard. And we also invite these dementia patients to take pictures. Maybe the pictures are not perfect, it's twisted, but this is the world that they see. And just like I mentioned about the social prescribing, and last year we started to study social prescribing, and we worked together with Taipei Municipal Hospital and also together with Taipei City government. And of course, the budget is coming from Ministry of Health and Welfare, and the budget actually coming from the tax we collected from tobacco. Okay, I say it just because I want our government official know that I mentioned that. So a platform, I believe, is a very good way to communicate with people from different backgrounds, and we also worked together with British Culture Council. We know that there was a initiative. It took 10 years to promote the initiative, and the initiative is called the Around the World and to be Creative Aging Projects. So after mentioning so many different projects, it seems that we've done a lot of things. But I overheard the speeches before, just like Mike said, that these projects are not designed for elderlies. We're doing that for ourselves. So we're trying to design a creative aging city. We're not trying to replace the role of the Taipei City Mayor. No matter where you are, we want to create a city where we are happy to actively and creatively aging. And I'll share with you some of the observations. Number one, art is good for our health. We see more and more evidence in that. When I was in British, I asked the director of the festival, asking him what we can do to persuade Taiwanese people that art is good for our health, because that is not in our education system. Because we focus so much on studying and examinations, and we sacrifice the time of doing physical practices, etc., and musical classes, so that we can put more time in our academic studies. And the director said that there are so many different things you can do, active aging. Of course, there are so many things you can do. You can be a designer, and you can raise chicken. You can cook food in the restaurant. And of course, even if you're elderly, you can still be a very good code designer. And it's really about who you want to age together with. How do you want to age? Do you want to age in a way that you yourself enjoy? And I can tell you that if you participate in art activities, this is good for your health. And of course, being healthy is very important. That is our first observation. The second observation we had is that along the process of aging, of course, every step along the way in the course of your life, everything counts. You have to prepare for your retirement. You have to prepare for aging. So every step of the way, it counts. We work together with the National Concert Hall and participated in a lot of art projects. There are music projects. There are dancing projects. And for example, one dancing project, just imagine that you're a piece of paper, you're being burned, and then you became ashes and flying in the air. And I was observing the class, and I thought, this is really abstract. This is a very difficult. However, every member who participated in the initiative, and they said that, no problem. Yes, because I was burned into ashes many times. I was divorced so many times, and every time I was burned into ashes. So definitely I can translate the idea of burning into ash into dancing. No problem for them. Number 3, of course, creativity is the very important force for creative aging. And one of the members told me that, Kate, I can tell you that participating in this artistic work is so great, because when I'm at home, my husband is always nagging. It drives me crazy. And if I participate in this voice training class, and I can learn how to ignore what my husband is telling me. So that is one of the story shared by our member. And I think the most important thing is that because I was late today, it's because I just came from Kaohsiung. I was participating in another event, a cultural event in Kaohsiung. And of course, for aging, this is a matter that involves the entire nation. Today, this forum is organized by Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Ministry of Health and Welfare. But no matter which administration is supporting this event, aging is something that involved the entire country, no matter what government agency is involved. I'm going to share with you. So this is the title of a book. So in the past, we discriminate aging because we're afraid of getting old. If now you're discriminating everything related to aging, you are actually discriminating yourself. So that is the way how we look at aging. However, we wish that you can use the force of creative aging and age gracefully, age happily. I'm Kate. Thank you. Thank you, Kate, and our distinguished guests, speakers. Now we're going to proceed to our Q&A session.
Can we have the presenters back on stage? Two on each side. I'll be sitting in the middle.
因为以前我们也在这里办过活动，我的安排就是主持。
We used to have a forum here, and we usually would have the moderator sit in the middle. Okay, we have around 15 minutes. And so we'll have about 15 minutes. So we have questions here. Please let us know who you are. I am Chih-Shiang. I actually spent 19 years in the U.S. I only came back this year to Taiwan. I am very glad to hear all these wonderful community-based activities. But for different communities, there could be a different culture and different people. So I would like to ask all the speakers to maybe share with us. Would you say adapt your activities for different communities? Okay, that's actually a really big question. And so yeah, this is a pretty big question and also quite fundamental. Okay, so you came back from the U.S. Did you have to go through quarantine? Well, actually, yes, 14 days. And when I was in quarantine, I felt like I was like a queen because I get to stay in my home, whereas my kids and my husband, actually, they go out to stay in a hotel. So yeah, okay, I think that was a very good strategy. So anyone would like to take this question first? Who would like to answer this question first? Okay, maybe you could start from Kaite. Thank you, moderator, and also thank you for this question. So yes, the culture is quite different. Usually when we organize forums like this, actually the speakers from northern and southern Taiwan, they can actually be quite different. Actually, even just in Tainan, there are people who live close to the sea. There are people who live in the mountains. They are just very different. So I will see that people really age differently. So even when we are both 75 years old, you lived for a long time in the U.S. I live a long time in Taiwan, so we could be very different. So actually, we see that we provide service to people with dementia, so they're also very different. So yeah, individual difference, there is a lot of difference, and of course, that we understand. I think one of the plus side is that, as you can see, there are many different speakers here today, and there are many different participants. You are all very important partners for us in dealing with a super aged society. And we need to build trust, and also we need to also create an alliance. The Ministry of Culture, they sometimes they question why we're doing this. Why do we say build this program of social prescription? And the Ministry of Health and Welfare, they say, okay, if you're dealing with culture, maybe you should talk to Ministry of Culture, not us. So yeah, we definitely need to work across different government agencies, and that is actually one of the key things in promoting this activity. Yeah, in the government, sometimes we tend to work in silos, and we don't, it's very hard to engage in this cross-disciplinary work, and that is the goal. So we do have a Age Society white paper, in which we will incorporate different government say, for example, the Ministry of Culture, and for them, they probably don't think that age society is within their job description, but and also Ministry of Transportation, they don't understand what they need to do. So often in different events, different conferences, we try to educate them. It's not just the Ministry of Health and Welfare that's dealing with this issue. Actually, it concerns everyone and also all government, many government agencies. And in the past, we don't know who we can learn from. And people in your family, when they age, they don't understand what it's like to grow old and what their needs are. They don't know what could happen. They can't really predict it. So we see from them, this is what happens when you age. So we try to think in advance what kind of things we can prepare for them. So we are now trying to bring in the elderly to the sites, and then have them tell us their needs, and then we can design something for them. This is something that probably didn't occur to us before, and we try to flip that stereotype. And when we grow old, we want to age in a healthy way. We want to bring creative service. Aging is inevitable, but we want to make sure that we can allow people to age in a very healthy way. So we have more than 4,000 people in Taiwan that are above 100 years old, and among them 60 people are female. And we hope that maybe in the future there will be a more balanced ratio between male and female. So next, we'll take the next question. Please just raise your hand. Hi, I am from Taipei Medical University in the Department of Public Health, the fourth year. And so we see many wonderful examples of the things that you do. And we see the elderly, they all have great smiles on their face. And I wonder, when you launch these activities, how do you engage those who are more shy, more introverted? How do you encourage them to participate? Thank you. Okay, maybe from Hongdao. There are many activities. First of all, you want to get them to leave their houses. That's actually the first step. And if they can actually come, you do have a great opportunity. I think when you talk to your parents and we try to persuade them to the community center to go to this activity, they would normally just say no. However, I think instead of inviting them, maybe you should accompany them to go to these activities. Otherwise they would just be watching TV at home. You can say that, okay, I will go with you. I'm actually very interested, so maybe we can go together. So maybe, just for the first couple of times, you go with them, so they form a habit, they make friends there, and they will just keep going back. There's actually many different choices, very diverse programs. And it's really depending on their conditions. If you are healthy, you can maybe engage in more activities. And people with dementia, they go to a daycare center. However, we see that there could be this, activities you can go to that would really that will fit your lifestyle, or that is the places where you get a sense of belonging. So I think for those who are shy and who are introverted, and they still get to maybe share a life. So this is if they can live together. I think that's also great. And I think if I get old, I might not, be very sociable. But I just want to be doing things I enjoy doing, maybe in a different site, away from home. But I think in these sites, maybe they will do a little bit exercise in the morning, maybe some group activities in the afternoon. But I think people should be able to choose activities they want to do based on their interest, but there's just a space for them to be together, but each of them can be doing something different. So I think it doesn't really matter whether they are introverted or extroverted. If they have a sense of belonging, they build connections, I think they would want to continue going. I would comment on both questions. Based on my observation, we see each individual is different. If they're not willing to go out, there are actually very many different types of people who don't go out. Maybe, first of all, as a person who used to be a leader in their institution, say maybe they're a minister or a principal. When they retire, their social life is limited to a small circle. And if you go to these community centers, you see only a certain type of people will go. And so different type of people, they have different places to go to. So when we organize an activity, we need to understand what the needs are. And for that, we need to provide solutions. So there are so many different programs. We can maybe redesign the activities. So maybe for the city, we can maybe do it in a high-end hotel, and they can come here to eat together, and we can, bring the very high-profile people. They used to have very high profile before they retire. But for the rural areas, we could do maybe chicken farms. So that will be maybe relevant to their previous lifestyle. So it really comes back to what the needs are, what type of individuals they are. I remember reading a book that actually categorize the different elderly people who can be defensive or could be self-pitying, or there's those who are very healthy. So really, they are just all sorts of different people. So when you try to reach out to the elderly, you need to understand the differences, and you see all kinds of people, and you understand that it's really about just being in the moment, enjoy ourselves. And when I worked in different government agencies, I've actually also seen various different type of people. So that's just how it is. Okay, another question. I am Tu Xingzhe. I used to be a mayor. When I was a mayor, we look at what happens locally. And we used to, the way we bring people here is maybe to give them a small gift and do some lucky draws. I'm really impressed with what you do, things that you do to retain those people. And also everyone seems to be having a good time. When I was in Jiayi, I was trying to promote seminars on active aging. And I think we maybe retire at a very old age, because at the age of 65, and actually in a lot of countries they try to get people to retire even later so they don't have to pay out so much pension. Whereas I think in Taiwan, I would encourage people to maybe just work for about 30 years, and then they can really, do something. They could do something very different after they retire, and just leave the jobs to the young people. So young people, they have a job too, and when you retire, you could still do other things. You could be active for 20 years, and so you can maybe stay very active till you are 75 or 80. So you could go into a different field, and this is really something that is that you could choose, because for a lot of people they probably choose their first job to please their parents. And I think for that retirement, for the second career after retirement, it would give you a great sense of accomplishment. So that would also help us to reduce the social burden on the society, and that would also. So I really encourage people to retire at the age of 55 or 60, and you can devote your time and energy to something else. But of course, it really requires your effort, because you are there to design the great programs for them. And so it's not just about a leisure activity. You can actually raise chicken, and you can actually generate an income. I think that's wonderful. So this is something that allows them to be useful and to make some extra money, so that they don't have to resort to long-term care. So I think if we can retire at the age of 55, but you don't just stop there. You can actually do something else. You engage in other type of activities, and you build another career. So I think that would solve a lot of problems, and also I think that would allow us to age in a healthy way. So Mike also talked about the very important key, which is financial independence. And I fully agree with the former Director General, what you mentioned. I think there's a lot of things that we need to advocate, and I think what we could do is that I would retire after 30 years of work. I would just give my position to young people, and also that would give young people some hope. And also I could do things I want to do. I can maybe go raise chicken, or I'm going to go work in your restaurants. And so there's just a lot of other things I could do to really make my life fulfilling and also happy. And also I could save on the cost for medical service. And it's not easy to turn around people's ideas, but I think that's something we need to work together with. Okay, we have someone from the Social and Family Affairs Bureau, and I have a question for one of the presenters. Yeah, you talked about aging is actually an issue that's concerning all, and I wonder what type of examples you see from UK. Is there, say, a private company that could advocate this to the government of how to work in a with a collective effort? Well, actually, I could talk for 3 hours on this topic. This is indeed a very important question. I think cross-governmental agency collaboration is good. I'm not singing praises to what the UK is doing, but they've actually been on this journey for a long time. So their counterparts for the Ministry of Health and Welfare, they actually approves social prescription. And I think when we talk about creative aging, I think it's like brunch. You have American style or the English style, whereas in the U.S. they tend to be, resort to the therapy of, say, existentialism. I don't care if you're dementic, or I don't care what type of person you are before. All I care about is the person I see in front of me, that this person is fully aware of what kind of person he or she is and whether they can create an ideal way of aging. So I think it's very philosophical. It's very human-based. I think that's the British way. When they engage artwork, they have an art council, because the UK is very rich in art and history, so there's actually a lot of exposure to art. They understand that art allows you to get to know more about yourself. Whereas in Taiwan, a lot of men, they become dementic, or they suffer from memory loss once they retire, because they don't really have a very clear sense of who they are, what their self-worth, their self-value. Whereas in the UK, they tend to take a very different approach. They look at a person as a whole. There are many different dimensions to this person. So the transportation, the well-being, the culture, everything needs to be, look at it as a whole. So that's why they need to incorporate all different government agencies. Okay, we'll just take one last question. Thank you all for your wonderful presentation. I am from hospitals, and from your presentation, you all mentioned the word design. I think design thinking is something that we need to be equipped with. So can you maybe talk about what is the good way to cultivate design thinking? Okay, thank you for the question. I think for me, design is a way of thinking. I come from the background of social work. I used to work in an elderly care institute, and I learned about thinking from the heart. I think culture is so important, especially when I'm working with a community. It really allows me to look at things from a completely different perspective. When I was a student, we talked about successful aging or community aging, whereas we talk about common existence or co-living. And when I work in the tribes, I need to learn about their family relationships and their hobbies and lifestyles. And so for us, it's not just a top-down. It's not a top-down approach. It's more bottom-up, or it's a collective effort. Together, we create the programs. So what we need to do now is to really engage them, to have conversations with them. We need to understand from their backgrounds, their context of what's a better design for them. So I think that is the first step to design. So just like what Mike mentioned, we talked about what kind of issues we want to solve, whereas now we are looking at what your needs are, what kind of lifestyle you wish to have. So we really take them as individuals. And also I think there are many innovative talents. So as Kate mentioned, we have creative design, creative aging. We want to encourage people to innovate. However, innovation is difficult. It takes a lot of time. It takes really the collaboration with the community. So I think down the road, we need to encourage more young people to participate in social innovation. That is something that's going to transform the society, especially given today's situation. And we want to encourage cross-generational collaboration. So we have many examples from the community. However, we have more than 4,000 communities in Taiwan. And so a lot of resources is needed, a lot of talents is needed to go into the communities and to really realize creative aging. Okay, thank you.
就没有再让各位提问了哈。
Due to the interest of time, we don't open for questions anymore, but our speakers will be here and continue to talk to you. So I will conclude with a few words. Creative aging, and that we can create a win-win situation if we have collaboration between the young generation and the old generation. Most of you here belong to the young generation. Actually, for social creation, it's not necessarily that you're going to use the resources from the government, and this is one of the directions we're seeing now. You can overturn the situation by using the resources in the society. If we can have very creative aging model, actually Taiwan can help in terms of pandemic control and also in the aging society. Once again, we thank every one of you who are still staying with us and also who are listening online. Once again, we thank our speakers. Thank you very much for your generous participation, and hopefully we can see you again next year. Thank you. Distinguished guests, our next session will begin at 3:40 on the second floor. So please go to the second floor to enjoy the next session starting at 3:40. Thank you.